Hi there, good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series. We are in the midst of a quite memorable week here. It's week 2 of Series 5 and on Tuesday some staggering stuff happened. If you missed it, here's a reminder. It was a history-making day on Tuesday at the Super Series, but Niall Culleton's hopes of qualifying disappeared when he lost all 5 matches. Justin Smith's stunning 150 checkout compounded Culleton's misery and earned the Welshman his second win of a memorable Tuesday. Scott Taylor played his part, and he will be part of a 4-man fight for top spot as the group reaches boiling point today. Arjan Konterman was red hot once again. A very strong couple of days for the Dutchman leaves him firmly in the mix for glory. His compatriot Dennie Olde Kalter is in an even stronger position on debut and shares the lead with the man of the moment. And that man is Darryl Pilgrim, who not only hit a 9-darter as he posted the highest ever Super Series average in defeat, but went on to smash that record in his very next game. Yes, indeed, Mr. P was Mr. Perfect yesterday, smashing records left, right and centre. Glenn Durrant, you had the pleasure of being in the commentary box for that. What a day, and particularly what a half hour for Darryl Pilgrim. Yeah, the most staggering day of dart, and even just watching the highlights back there, you know, the goosebumps have come on the arm as well. It was just absolutely fantastic to watch. And, you know, when you see an A player, you know, playing their A game, playing at the top of the game, and the others producing the same as well, it was a staggering day. Yeah, just to reiterate what happened, so we just saw the 9-dart finish at the end of the highlights there. He averaged 118 in that match, breaking the record for the highest average ever at the Super Series. But then in his very next match, less than half an hour later, he went up and did this and absolutely smashed his own record, 122.69, the new one. Yeah, the excitement when he hit that 180, when he left 230 there, and there was sort of discussions in the comms box, should he go directly for the bull, because that would have been 125.25 average, but very sensibly the big head. And he's looking up there because he knew it was a great game, and then to see those numbers there, it was absolutely fantastic. And like I said in commentary as well, 4 from 4 on the outer ring, it was just the perfect game. And it's gone massive viral on social media, obviously, but a few people saying, oh, it's only 4 legs. But actually, Glenn, when you put the 2 games together, 10 legs, and he would have still broke the average. He'd have been around 120, 121. Yeah, there's lots of things you can say there, but I've got the feel if the game went on further and further, he looked like he was getting better and better. It's a really nice feeling when you stand on the hockey and all the mechanics are working great. And he's got a beautiful throw to watch anyway, and it was just an absolute delight to see it. Yeah, and apart from the first match, obviously, we mentioned, what came with it were victories, and he climbed his way to the top of the table yesterday as well. Darryl Pilgrim has been the favourite all week to win it, but Dennie Olde Culture has really thrown a spanner in the works. But just look at that, 2 points separating 4 players. It's by no means a certainty that Pilgrim will top the group. Oh, the excitement when I woke up this morning about that group, because for Darryl Pilgrim, confidence is going to be high, but how do you follow that? I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see his opening games. Dennie has been an absolute superstar. He's very aggressive when he's on the hockey, and he's never really disappointed. Been frustrated with his last defeat at the end there, but just made for the neutrals an exciting day. But I keep looking at that person in number 4. He opens up against Niall Culleton as well, so it's far from over. Just please don't leave us today. Don't miss a dart. The one you missed from the top 4, Arjan Konterman there, has he been a bit of a surprise package? And that's why I missed him again, because he's under the radar, and I've done it again. He's been absolutely brilliant. Not the stereotypical Dutchman. You know, like I said, he's very much he's a very nice, quick player, but you know, he reminds me a little bit of like Ron Moulenkamp, the way he holds the dart, but very determined. And once again, even just chatting away there, I've sort of disregarded him. Well, let's see how the bookies see it. They probably agree that Arjan Konterman is the least likely of the 4 in their eyes, but who knows, he's played some good stuff over the last couple of days. There is a big outsider, Justin Smith, who can still mathematically win the group at 1,000 to 1. Take that on if you really want to lose a pound. Darryl Pilgrim, 5 to 6 now, though, odds-on favourite, despite just a 2-point advantage. Yeah, no, the bookies they don't often get it wrong, and that looks really good there, but Darryl Pilgrim is the real deal. 5 to 6 looks
the correct odds. But, you know, I said Scott Taylor at the beginning of the week, and I ain't going to change my mind right now.
Well, let's have a look at our bet builder for today, then, putting together some selections into a treble. This one is quite big as well, 13-1, just under. Scott Taylor, the man that Glenn just mentioned, minus 1.5 on the handicap against Niall Culleton, who didn't win a game yesterday. And then Taylor to at least a couple of maximums against Arjan, Konterman and Pilgrim to do the same against Culleton. What do you make of that?
Yeah, if we break that down, you'd expect the top one to happen. You'd expect a big win for Taylor against Niall. I really like the next two bets. And at 9-4, you shouldn't expect it. But Taylor to get a couple of 180s against Konterman because he likes the pace, good choice. And they won the final game there. Pilgrim to get over 1 and 1.5. In one game yesterday, he had 6. So I actually, for the first time, don't mind that bet.
And some of these games could go along. We know it's going to be a fight to the finish today. So a good bit of value there. If you do have a bet, gamble responsibly. BeGambleAware.org. And of course, it is 18 plus. Right, finally, Glenn, you've been mentioning Taylor sort of under the radar, but also knowing how good Darryl Pilgrim's been this week. Who do you see sealing their spot on Saturday at the end of this session?
You look, my head says Darryl Pilgrim, my heart says Scott Taylor. I just think Scott Taylor's a lot of bottle. And I think that could come to the fore today. It's going to be interesting to see how Darryl Pilgrim responds after that unbelievable day. It's all to play for. Just sit back and enjoy. Yeah,
so Glenn's going for 2 players to finish top. I'm not quite sure how that works, but we will find out come the end of the day. We'll have this discussion again halfway through and see how the land lies then. But it should be a real grandstand finish, and Darryl Pilgrim is in action in the first match. He takes on Arjan Konterman, and talking you through it, it is Glenn Durrant who's going to join Henry Deacon.
Could we have dreamt of a better day than yesterday? Well, inconceivable was half the things we saw. And it's a very good morning, everybody, to the MODUS Super Series, where if you didn't join us on Tuesday, well, this man, when he went a little bit crazy at times, averages of 118, averages of 122, breaking the record twice in succession here, taking on Arjan Konterman, who, well, he's only a couple of points behind the league lead, despite the brilliance of Pilgrim on Tuesday here at the Live Lounge. He was still only level on points at the top of the table to Dennie, Olde, Kalter. We're going to have a grandstand day in pursuit of that first spot at finals night. That is for sure. Well, as far as the odds compilers have this one,
to throw first.
Darryl Pilgrim is 2-5 on. Arjan Konterman 7-4, and that man is your referee, Charlie Corsafeet. He's in charge of all the action. Well, Glenn Durrant's alongside me now. Glenn, I haven't been here for a couple of days.
58.
Nothing's really happened, has it, since I've been gone? No 9 darters, no record averages, no things like that. It's just been a couple of days of darts, hasn't it?
Just a very
44.
boring group here that you'd expect here at the MODUS Super Series. Not. Seriously, one of the best days of darting. Very difficult to replicate. And there was an hour yesterday where,
57.
like I said, I had goosebumps just watching the highlights reel there. It was sensational. And, you know, we'll start off with this man here, Henry Arjan Konterman. Even as I was chatting upstairs there, the fact that I disregarded him, he sat in 3rd place. But this man, he was absolutely brilliant with darts like that. And usually when the first one goes in,
100.
it's like on a pinhead. He just impresses with everything. Why is he not a professional player? I mean, yesterday must have been the catalyst
85.
for him. It must have been a reminder just to let people know. Social media went absolutely crazy. And, you know, he's just riding a crest of a wave now. And now it's about him. How does he recover from yesterday? How does he play? Well, what a start so far.
And this is the thing, Glenn, isn't it? It's okay to have these purple patch days and play on this one day. But it's going to be pressure and expectation on Darryl Pilgrim to replicate it. He's led 32 after 12.
Game shot.
He finds a 14 to start. And so as we ask the question, how can Darryl Pilgrim respond to what was pretty much a picture-perfect day on Tuesday?
Second
leg,
leg,
a 14-dart leg, a
Game
max
on.
and a 174 is your emphatic answer.
Yeah, it was like I say, that word expectation. We used it for Dennie, Olde, Kalter yesterday, and he once again produced absolutely fantastic darts. But everything, Henry, was dwarfed by this man. Scott Taylor's opening 2 games yesterday, 109 average and 100 average. The 100 average beat 118
60.
average. We didn't hardly give it a mention because this man just stole all the headlines, and the 9 dart was the real piece de resistance. It was just
100.
It was just a pleasure to sit there. And none of them looked like they were going to miss. The treble 15 was, you know, eyes were on the treble 19, and you know, and I screamed in the comms box for double 18, and what a feeling for
58.
him personally. And because a challenge to a victory last week, a 9-dart to hit the MODUS Super Series, producing incredible numbers.
140.
Imagine if he'd done that a fortnight before Q-Skill. Because, like I said, the momentum is with him now. It's really important. But when that dart lands there, you just know it's going to be a 180.
123. Arjan, you require
However, this has been a good response from
136.
Konterman in leg 2, leaving a finish after 9. He's going to get 6 on the 136. The square proceedings up, and as much
29.
as Glenn Durant has been waxing lyrical about Darryl Pilgrim in the first leg or so, this was also the story of yesterday. Despite the brilliance of Darryl Pilgrim, people were still able to keep tabs with him.
60. Arjan, you
Yeah, definitely
require
has that. In
107.
fact, the 118 average, the highest average ever to lose a game at the MODUS Super Series. And I'm disappointed
51.
when I was, you know, chatting, you know, upstairs with Chris Murphy that once again Arjan Konterman didn't. He barely got a mention. And look at him once again there. He's managing the storm that
140.
Darryl Pilgrim's
Arjan, you
offering
require
here. Yeah, he's going to have
56.
2 darts at tops to go 1-1. That looked a little rushed, that second dart, and he's been
36.
phenomenal on double 10. I didn't like that second
Darryl,
dart.
you require
It's
60.
just a little bit quick, and a chance for Pilgrim. Can he be nice and straight and not do too much of that double top? Does he have to move? No.
Game shot on the second leg. Darryl Pilgrim.
He's just good. He's just an elite player right now, and we've spoken an awful lot, Henry, about
Third leg, it's Darryl
players
to
who
throw
don't have their
first. Game
tour
on.
card. I mean, he's getting opportunities at the Pro Tour. He's getting opportunities on the European Tour because he's travelling to the associate members draws as well, and he's qualified for 2 of
77.
them coming up. How dangerous is he going to be on that stage?
I'm going to ask you a question now, Glenn. How much are you into things like
40.
numerical sequences?
Well, I don't go to sleep until I've done a numerical sequence. It's just one of those things. I just can't sleep unless I'm all about the numerical sequence. Where is this going?
41.
Let me give you sleepless tremors right now, Glenn, because Darryl Pilgrim is looking to emulate Matt Clark in becoming just the second player in this competition's
60.
history to qualify for 3 Champions Weeks. He did it in Series 1. He did it in Series 3. Now, just remind me, Glenn, what series are we in now?
And sank.
Series 5, ladies and gentlemen.
100.
Series 5. So can he do it for a third time?
It's going to be very, very difficult for somebody. Like I said, it's the expectations there now.
140.
And that's the only thing I can see. But to be leading 2-0 here up against Arjan, who's been very competitive in this game so far. But look at that throw. Rolls Royce, we called it yesterday.
125.
And when he gets it right, honestly, there's no better throw I've seen on the Rocky so far. A little bit different with Arjan. A bit more aggression.
105.
That
Darryl,
point
you
of release is
require
not as
158.
smooth. He doesn't caress that dart. And Darryl's just, it's a great feeling. If I can just get that across when you're you're enjoying the darts. There's like treble 18. And when you're
83.
enjoying the game,
Arjan,
you
you
feel like
require
you can't miss. There's no
156.
better feeling, Henry.
Well, Konterman's going to miss the 156, and so Pilgrim is going to be back for a 3-0
60.
lead, averaging what feels like, as far as this
Darryl,
week is
requires
concerned, a below par
75.
91.15. But it's been a solid start out of the blocks for Mr. P as of so far. It's double
Game shot on the
12.
third
It's
leg.
3-0.
Darryl Pilgrim.
And it just feels so routine as Darryl Pilgrim races away with this opening game. Konterman has had a couple of darts
Fourth
of
leg,
doubles,
it's Arjan
but
to throw
for the last
first.
wave of this
Game on.
game has been completely outscored.
And I didn't expect him to be this good in the first game. Like I said, I think there'll be an awful lot of people
54.
watching the MODUS Super Series today because of what he did yesterday. And like I said, I just think he's been ultra solid here and just extremely impressive. And he's back in the treble 20 bed again and
135.
again.
Come on, Glenn, you've been in that scenario where you felt completely on top of the world.
100.
What is it like when you're in that zone, when you feel like you can walk onto any stage in the world and you cannot feel like you can miss?
I'll keep it very simple. When you're at your very, very
58.
best, the treble 20 pops out the dartboard. So for me, that was the only sort of analogy I can sort of refer to. But at
93.
my moments where you think you can't miss, and I had a couple of moments in the BDO And for me, he stood there now, and that treble 20 is sticking out the dartboard. That's the best way I can explain.
124.
Has anyone checked for a magnet?
94.
He will feel it's 6 darts from 184, but that's not right off Arjan just yet on the 160. And that magnet is definitely working. You look at the 16 bed.
168.
I mean, just the setup
Are you
play, the
requiring
scoring, the
160?
finishing, the record-breaking numbers. Darryl Pilgrim is one heck of a player.
88.
Double eight
Darryl, you
for
require
4-0 victory,
16.
which would put him to the summit outright. Remember, it only put in 2 clear, and Olde Kalter can
Game,
peg him
shot,
back.
and the
But
match,
Pilgrim's
Darryl
pilgrimage
Pilgrim.
towards finals night starts with a 4-0 victory against Arjan Konterman with an impressive 96-97 average, 4 out of 6 on the doubling as well. He is making things look so routine here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And just to give you a bit of a caveat, that was higher than his first game average yesterday. So maybe he could incline from that. Right, coming up after the break, Justin Smith in action against Dennie Olde Kalter, who could join Pilgrim on Sweet 16.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Darryl Pilgrim is off to a winning start, a 4-0 success against potential title rival Arjan Konterman. Though that victory for Pilgrim has put 4 points between him and the Dutchman he's just beaten. Just 2 points between him and the Dutchman in your picture now. Dennie Olde Kalter looking to go level at the top. Justin Smith looking for a victory that would keep alive his hopes of topping the group.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. What a performance again from Darryl Pilgrim. How many times have we said that this week in this group here? But many questions are being asked about this guy approaching the hockey right now, Dennie Olde Kalter. On Monday morning, he was 14-1 outsider in this group.
First leg, it's Justin to throw
That surprised
first.
my co-commentator yesterday, Scott Mitchell, who absolutely knew the qualities of Dennie, and he's been absolutely brilliant this week. Every question that had been asked of him, he had the answers. However, he will have been very disappointed late yesterday with that game at the end that he lost, and that will have frustrated him because he could have put daylight, but Scott Taylor put pay to him.
59.
But he's back now, and he's seeing Darryl Pilgrim still looking as good as ever. It's a tough ask against the maverick that is Justin Smith, who's on a 2-win spree, which might not sound much, but he was sat on 2 points and just the one win for much of this Group A campaign. And I think, Henry, that Justin Smith has a lot to say in Group C this week.
And as Blur famously put it, confidence is a preference in the habitual voyeur, which is known as dart life. And
100.
Justin Smith's one of those players that, well, he needs that little bit of air of confidence, he needs that brashness. Sometimes he needs to berate himself to get the best out of him.
Yeah, that's something that you said this morning to me, but I'm not so sure about that. I think it's got to be controlled. And on Monday, I thought he was quite petulant and was shaking his head even with a 140. Do you know, yesterday I thought he was fantastic. I thought his demeanour, I thought his mannerisms, I thought he just gave off a lot of positivity.
59.
Despite the
Justin,
fact he was losing
129.
games. And again, he's come out with that attitude again. So I think if you feel that's what he needs to do, it's got to be controlled and it's got to be with the in rather than showing it to your opponent.
57.
Meanwhile, he has got off to the fastest start of the pair in this one. They had Justin Smith at 4-5 to pick up the victory in this one. The odds compilers, while Dennie Olde Kalter was priced up at 10-11. But it is the bearded dragon from Cardigan in Wales who's first to an outshot looking for double
66.
But he drags it inside. And so opportunity here for an unlikely break chance at Olde Kalter. Now, we know the 1-4-1 can go this week.
I was surprised at those odds there because Dennie has had the better of Justin this week, but maybe the fact that Justin's on that 2-win spree. Is he going to go direct? We've seen this yesterday, the 2-2-2, from the way his darts sit. That first dart is usually a good marker. That 56. Will frustrate. That's 6 missed darts for him now.
And now, double 18. And double 9.
38.
And now Justin Smith finds himself in the madhouse. He'd be in the doghouse if he misses this.
No score.
Yeah,
Dennie, you require 18.
I don't mind you missing the board above on the first dart. You've got to get that sighter. He's only going to get 1 dart to win this leg.
10. Justin, you require 2.
And the most scrappiest game of the week so far. We have not witnessed anything like that this week. The doubles, the outer ring has been
Justin Smith.
Absolutely superb from all 6 players. The statistics, when we look back, they possibly could break
Second leg,
records as well.
To throw first.
For the first time this week, that was a real scrappy leg.
It's because I'm back in the commentary box, Glenn.
It's not about you.
140.
That's a great response there, Henry. Like I said, he's really impressed me, Dennie Olde Kalter. British Classic champion, Bridlington, always very difficult to win in 2019. Last year, he won the Swedish Masters as well, so he knows how to get over that winning line. But more important to me, Henry, is the fact that he's representing Holland at the moment as well, and we know how tough it is to get into that team.
Well, that is some side. And we've seen at the Super Series some of the great talents that we've had from the Netherlands. Think about the numbers that we've had at Champions Week. There was as many Dutch players as there was English players at Series 4's Champions Week.
60.
The likes of Niall Culleton being involved in the lineup. Jerome Miok, who's become a standout star. And of course, our friend Patrick Vanden. And unfortunately, we've had to anglicise his name, Boogard.
Yeah, we used a lot of analogies for Jerome Miok and Bohada
43.
Yesterday.
Dennie required 161.
Might give Dennie and Arjan real inspiration to see them players doing so well. It's a big prize this week.
137.
I didn't really get the opportunity to say, but what a fantastic Champions Week it was. It was And Luke Littler is just something special, isn't he? We are
54.
witnessing
Dennie required
the real
24.
evolution of something sensational as Kalter looks at double 12.
Game shot on the second leg.
Messing about,
Dennie
both
Olde
1 from 6 on the outer ring. That will improve. Average is nothing to write home about here. This is
Third
just,
leg, it's
for
Justin
me,
to throw first.
this game is
on.
about Dennie Olde Kalter now because it's a best of 5 game. He is against the darts. He's going to have to break Justin to win it. But if he wants to stay on the coattail of our
60.
fantastic leader, Darryl Pilgrim, he needs to win this game.
And when you look at the next round of fixtures, Darryl Pilgrim's got Niall Culleton, and then Dennie Olde Kalter's got, who I think could well
22.
be the kingmaker today in Scott Taylor. I think he has got a massive say in proceedings. He comes up next against
81.
Niall Culleton as we culminate our round 1 offering for the day.
Yeah, very similar to Darryl Pilgrim. A huge pull back there, but look at the front
96.
elevation. You have a look where his head position is to where his foot position, whereas Justin very upright. Virtually his nose is just above his
81.
toe. But watch the elevation here as we look at that side on view there. That's the big difference. Very Van Gerwen-esque.
99.
Really like Justin Smith. It was difficult to watch
60.
him struggling on Monday, but if you haven't been with us, well, you missed a fantastic day yesterday, but if you haven't been with us, Justin Smith came into this competition with 0 practice, he said. It was just something he
65.
tried. He thought it was the right thing. He wanted to come fresh by not going to the challenge tour. And so my assessment from that is that he could play himself into form this week, but it's been a
23.
very, very disappointing start because he's really showed signs of optimism as the day ended yesterday.
I'm going to play a bit of devil's advocate here, if you can. Do you think Justin Smith's the type of player that probably would benefit more from
59.
playing in events as opposed to maybe having time on the practice board?
I don't think any player has ever won a competition if they haven't prepared for a game, for a competition. I know I used to try to
59.
peak
Dennie
for a
required
lakeside.
160.
I used to identify certain competitions and prepare exactly for that. And preparation for me is dart practice. And I've never heard of anyone going to a competition
60.
really.
Justin, you require 137.
Says a man who's off to Tenerife next week and has got the World Seniors the week after, so ignore me. 64 left. If he takes his time, he's just adding up. He'll check with the referee.
89. Dennie, you require 100.
Already big moments because he's already thrown 18 darts. You probably didn't expect to be back again here. He can't do it. Chance for
60.
Smith.
Justin, you require 48.
For 2-1, and Darryl Pilgrim will be licking his lips at this
Game
particular
shot on the third
prospect.
leg.
Because
Justin
this
Smith.
has not been a classic game by any stretch of the imagination. But Justin Smith is 2-1 to the good
Fourth
against
leg, it's
Dennie
Dennie
Olde
to throw
Kalter.
first. Game on.
And he's done so with legs of 25 and 23. He's had 48 darts.
100.
Well, it took him 48 darts to win his 2 legs. To beat Dennie Olde Kalter based on the rest of the week's form, you would have thought 48 darts was probably
60.
needed for the 4 legs or something around that tune.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of statistics thrown at people there. We'll try. We have got
100.
the opportunity to look at the in-play table as well, so we'll keep you fully updated of all the stats. But right now, Darryl Pilgrim will be absolutely delighted
77.
with where this game's going. We used the term yesterday for Justin Smith, a potential spoiler today, as he put and pay to the chances that Dennie Olde Kalter already.
140.
Tom 40 leads him on a finish, and Smith all the way back. Dennie Olde Kalter's got an average 12 points higher than
Dennie
Smith.
required 161.
Finds himself behind, but has 6 to square up.
97.
Lovely setup play for Dennie. I've said there's potential problems for him all throughout the week, but he's rode the storm so many times, and here he is again, looking good for 2-2.
57. Dennie requires 64.
16 bed. Tops.
Game shot on the
Clinical.
fourth leg.
Clean.
Dennie Olde
Very
Kalter.
nice. 2-2.
And so Dennie Olde Kalter levels this encounter 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's
And a
Justin
big
to throw
few legs
first.
incoming
Game
already
on.
at the beginning of our Wednesday play. It's all about Justin Smith with the darts. Now, Dennie Olde Kalter with the throw has
60.
been solid. Justin Smith has had to rely on favours to win his leg so far.
140.
I'm changing my name for the seniors next week.
Go on.
Glennie Olde Data.
Oh.
100.
No, it's not one of mine. Not one of mine. I won't say who said that one, but I haven't forgot it yet.
I'm off. I'll see you later. I
100.
can't deal with this.
Good return from Dennie here. Henry mentioned there that he hasn't put much pressure on the throw of Justin Smith. He
96.
seems to have flicked the switch. Look at the concentration. He is all about determination and focus, is Dennie.
100.
Lovely darts. Ton 40, ton. As an elite dart player, there's something special about leaving 1-6-1 after 9, 1-2-1 after
100.
9,
Dennie required
81 after 9.
161.
That's job done so far for Colt. He's put himself in a good position. Can he see this leg out? It would be a breaker throw. Options here. I do like the
83.
bullseye on
Justin,
that
you require
throw. I haven't seen that being
145.
used many times this week.
Well, he said this leg was all about how Justin Smith equates himself, and he's kind of stayed at a similar level, whilst Olde Kalter is just beginning to simmer along with the task, leaving himself 78
55.
after 12
Dennie
against the
requires
darts to get
78.
the all-important break that he needed at some point in this match, and should he accrue it, will throw to pick up 2 crucial points. And so he has got 2 at double 12 to
Game
put
shot on the
himself in
fifth
front,
leg.
to
Dennie
put himself a leg
Olde Kalter.
away, and the ultra-consistent Dennie Olde Kalter finds himself 1 leg away from levelling
Sixth
up
leg, it's Dennie
with
to
Darryl
throw
Pilgrim
first.
at the
Game on.
top of this congested yet fascinating Group A table.
Yeah, he's a quality player, isn't he?
140.
I think I get the pleasure of sitting in this seat and watching not the evolution of players, but players who I've come across in the
96.
WDF BDO system. But in them days, I only focused on myself. And, when you get 3, 4, 5 days of watching somebody, and we use the Jerome Meoch example, the Patrick Vandenboer harder.
140.
Sit and watch Dennie Olde Kalter. I'm much more of a fan than I was when I walked in Monday morning. Very, his characteristics are different. He's not, for me,
58.
he's not a real natural player. I think he's worked hard at his game, but his desire to succeed is very, very impressive.
99.
Well, let this be a metric. Have a look at the score in Power Pack and look at the second column in Dennie Olde Kalter's favour.
85.
6
Dennie
140s all
required
told in the game.
122.
As he looks to win the game on this 1-2-2. Completely outscored Justin Smith in that particular metric. And looking as if he's going to break the back of
90.
Justin Smith now as he sets up for 32 after 12 to pick the points up.
It's not the end of the world, that treble 4, because that treble
92.
20 there has actually
Dennie
left the big
required
fish.
32.
But it's been impressive. It was a slow start from Kalter. Can he finish with a real gallop? He
Game,
absolutely
shot,
can. That's a
and the
beautiful
match.
final dart.
Dennie
A big
Olde
win for
Kalter.
Dennie Olde Kalter. He had difficulties in that game against Justin Smith. You're never really sure what you're going to get with Justin. But Dennie moves himself and just reminds Darryl Pilgrim that he's still about. He's still got something to say in this group. The 86.16 average, he'll be happy with that after the disappointing start. Excellent on the outer ring again. Justin Smith, work to be done. Big game coming up next for Scott Taylor. He plays Niall Culleton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the top two have both earned victories in their opening matches. 4-0 for Darryl Pilgrim over Arjan Konterman, 4-2 for Dennie Olde Kalter over Justin Smith, and now Scott Taylor in third place. He's looking to cling to their coattails. If he can get a win here, he'll close the gap to a couple of points, but defeat for Taylor might mean that what was a 4-horse race before the start of the day might very quickly turn into a 2-player fight. Let's get the action underway in the company of Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And yeah, Scott Taylor may be brimming underneath the surface in this group, but we shouldn't underestimate the pedigree that this man has. His previous 2 appearances here at the Super Series saw him qualify for Champions Week, once at Champions Week, made the Saturday night, and then was involved in a bizarre game with John Worsley, and then last time out losing out in the final. So he knows what it's like to get the job done. Can he get the job done here today? Look, he's going to do it.
First leg, it's Scott
4 points behind
first.
now, no matter what happens. But if he gets a better Niall Culleton, he takes on Dennie Olde Kalter next, and then Darryl Pilgrim the game after. So it is not out the reckoning whatsoever. And if there's one thing this man has in abundance, it is heart, passion and desire.
And another change in the flight
100.
and stem combo. Looks like it's the same Dar, but if he loses this game, Niall, he will know he will be applying his trade in Group C this week.
60.
And for all those thousands of people who had a pound on Justin Smith at 1,000 to 1, well, you've just lost your quid. You can no longer win the group.
100.
Well, it was fun whilst it lasted.
$140.
When you break down the way Scott played yesterday, he actually had a running average of 96, which in most weeks is probably the standout daily average. But
140.
he's the type of player that I think he doesn't get enough credit for what he's A, done in his career, or B, the level that he's still playing at now.
60. Now you require 161.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Scott Taylor, to be fair. But it's a great start from Niall Culleton. He had a terrible start to the first leg of yesterday. But he's got better and better.
81.
Fear of repeat myself. He's looking so trim and so well. He's lost about 4 stone as well. So I've been having conversations with him that I'll take him time to get that transition, to get his balance, and the way he's throwing the dart's going to be different. He probably hasn't got a big belly to get in the way now. But he looks fantastic, and I just think he's getting better and better. The points don't.
58.
That's a good indication.
Scott, you require 61.
Your hand's not shaking. If you can just get that double 6, double 11 combination there, it's 2 darts, a double 18 for Taylor. Big dart already.
25.
This would be for a breaker throw for Culleton. This would be a
22.
surprise win for Niall Culleton. This is difficult. You've got to be aggressive. He did the right thing there, and that will frustrate him.
14.
Relief for Taylor.
Scott, you require 36.
Got off with one there. But can he climb his way in front? Double 18, now double 9, and now he's going down the precarious route that Niall Culleton found himself
28.
in. So a scrappy opening
8.
leg.
Yeah, we had a very scrappy opening leg in the previous game. This will frustrate, and Scott Taylor's got away
8.
with one here. I don't expect him to miss this time. That might be. That's a bit of a smile of frustration and relief. The last thing he wanted is to be messing around with doubles now. I expected him to get it. He doesn't get it.
No, you require
Does his tips
8.
again going south. Culleton looking to the northeast region and to double 4 for a 22 dart breaker throw.
Game shot
and
on
that
the
is
first
exactly what he
leg.
accrues.
Niall
And
Culleton.
following the excellence of yesterday, well, we're getting a bit of the opposite so far today. It's kind
Second
of
leg,
gone
it's
from the
Niall to throw
sublime to the
first. Game
ridiculous
on.
to a certain extent.
Bring back Scott Mitchell is what I say.
Well, you say that, right? Now, I've been doing some number crunching
100.
because I do. The 3 best performances we've seen this year, Scott Mitchell has been in the commentary box for.
97.
The Luke Little 117 in the final, and then the 2 yesterday. Basically, what I'm saying is Scott Mitchell just wafts in good darts.
100.
Yes, he thoroughly enjoyed yesterday, but who didn't? It was a wonderful day. You can sense the tension of the place today.
140.
Apart from one player. The one player I thought would potentially show a little bit of tension and anxiety, Darryl Pilgrim. He must be the one sat there now thinking,
60.
you know, maybe only Dennie, Olde, Kalter, who's got away with one there, showed some real quality to come back in that game there.
73.
For Taylor, sat on 12 points. 2 players sat on 16. Would it then be a 2-horse race? So very much all to play for. Scott Taylor needs to find his form right
30.
now. I've questioned his passion and desire in games, especially when he's losing, Henry.
125.
But one of the facets this week of real quality is the fact he's snarling at the dartboard. He's really showing signs that's really impressed me and demonstrating the qualities you need to fight
Scott,
back.
you
Look at him
require
talking to himself
66.
there. I haven't seen that previously at the MODUS Super Series.
We're going to see him now have a tide at top,
46.
drag just below, and so
Now you
Culleton
require
132
132.
for a 2-0 lead.
It wouldn't be typical of a dart player. Not this time, but all a missed darts at a double in the previous one. We've had 13 darts at the outer ring so far, and just the
Scott,
one
you
being hit
require
by
20.
Culleton. Taylor will want to put this to bed.
Game
and does.
shot on the second
1-1.
leg. Scott Taylor.
Almost an ironic frail into the air as he levelled up at 1 apiece.
Third
This
leg,
is
it's
way
Scott to
below
throw
the
first.
levels that
Game
we
on.
come to expect of a man who's qualified for Champions Week before and came so close to qualifying again. And there are certain
43.
competitions that bring the best out of people. There's certain formats that suit certain players, and it just feels like the Super Series is bred for players like Scott Taylor, who
70.
been on the tour for a number of years, perhaps didn't quite get the breakthrough they would have wanted, but stepping down to this secondary tour level into a tournament like this, playing probably to the same level or similar level as they
100.
did on tour, but that gets you more success here than compared to what you get when you're with the top 128 in the world.
Scott Taylor played Michael Van Gerwen in the Pro Tour
100.
final when Michael was dominating. And obviously, best of 11 game. At one point, it was 4-4 with him before losing the game 6-4.
96.
He has the pedigree, he has the quality. Now it's about application, preparation. You know, is he practicing hard? Is he coming here in the right frame of mind? I mean, only he and his friends will know that. But
60.
when you're looking at skills of players, he's got it all. I really like him, and he's the things I was asking for last time, he's producing now. And
134.
we're seeing the results.
The proof, as they say, is always in the pudding.
Yeah, and if people are watching on 271 there,
60.
it's a great way to start
Scott,
in the
you require
90s. 'Cause 4 of them,
128.
you can have a dart at the bull to leave the big fish. For double 4, he's been here before and missed it.
120.
Not a bad miss this time, Henry.
Because if you go inside, then you're chasing down at 2s, and your opponent, as of yet, isn't on a finish. But Culleton looking to hair his way back, does the werewolf, and
133.
applies
Scott, you
plenty of
require
pressure
8.
upon this double 4 now for a 2-1 lead. Chasing 2s. Now up to the madhouse. We didn't
6.
see this at all on Monday
No,
and
you
Tuesday,
require
and now it's becoming a
78.
preeminent feature on Wednesday.
1 from 13 on the outer ring. This would hurt. That's a disappointing dart. You can't miss the 18 in that situation there. It's going to need a good recovery dart, and he gets it.
46.
Once again, did that look a bit
Scott, you
rushed to you?
require 2.
He's got to go big on the first dart. Hit the big number 1. And now attack.
Game
That's the
shot
way
on
to
the
go for
third
double 1.
leg.
Don't even
Scott
attempt to
Taylor.
go for double 1 with your first dart, because I promise you will hit the big fat 1. Go as big as you can. Use that as your marker.
Fourth leg, it's
Smash
Niall
the
to
second
throw
one in.
first. Game on.
2-1 Taylor. He's one for you, Henry. He's won 1 challenge tour as Scott Taylor. I expected more when I looked
100.
at his numbers. Who did he beat in the final? And whatever happened to him?
Is that a guy called Rob Cross?
Barry Lynn.
140.
Barry Lynn, now the ex-quarter finalist for the UK Open back in 2016, then backed up by qualifying for the then BDO World Trophy.
26.
And then suddenly we thought, well, maybe him and Rob Cross are both involved in the same tournament. And everybody expected Barry Lynn to be the next big name in the sport.
96.
He fell off. And, well, Rob Cross, we know exactly what happened next.
That looks really nice, that throw. He's asking me, they're looking sitting flat, the darts.
140.
But that maybe just the way his balance of the dart is set up, whereas that's quite a unique throw. Hardly any backlift, any pullback. Just a real
79.
flicker, as we called. And I'm searching for that flick in my own game right now. Well, that looks really nice, very solid.
100.
I'm just looking at body movement there. But this one, it's not the Rolls Royce of Darryl Pilgrim. A lot of tension in the shoulder and chest on Monday.
41.
And he got better
Now
and
you
better
require
when he relaxed
135.
a little bit.
Still on. If he could have found the triple, he would have had a dart to the bull. And so Taylor has a chance of the 145 to
45.
open up a 3-1 lead. And a slip with the
Scotty
last
required
dart means that Culleton may only
145.
get a dart to the bull if he returns.
Yeah, this would hurt, but that was a strange dart, but that wasn't. I think I fancied his chances there.
117.
He should not have been left on 90 now.
No,
Really
you
sure
require
what was going
90.
on with that last dart. So you're thinking here, either straight 20 or a treble 20. Is it double 15 or is it going to be a bullseye finish, you're thinking? Just play safe, go fat 20. And that's what happens when you get aggressive.
50.
And he
Scott, you
told me last
required
night he's
28.
fantastic on the bullseye. He should have laid up there, Niall.
Game
Well,
shot
that
on the
double
fourth
14
leg.
is found for
Scott
a 3-1 lead
Taylor.
for Scott Taylor. So potentially, if you're saying that he likes laying up for the bullseye, maybe he's going top to leave the bull last time out.
Yeah, I was chatting with him
Fifth
last night
leg,
and I was
Scott's
like,
the
why
throw
do you keep going
first.
for bullseye
Game on.
on 101, finishes 102 to 107 he does. He said he's very, very good in the bullseye area, but I said, you'll never make me change your mind. Treble 20 or
82.
treble 19 is your shot on 101.
Boring, does her.
Absolutely.
100.
Just a great view of what he's seeing with that last start there, because there was the argument he could have gone down for the 19s.
57.
Well, we're coming towards potentially the end of the first round of fixtures. This is how the land lies as far as the table is concerned. Pilgrim and Olde Kalter will both find their way onto 16 points.
41.
Scott Taylor, if he can complete the job here, would make close chase on 14. And as far as the next round of fixtures are concerned, well, we may find out who the closest challenger will be,
140.
because Olde Kalter takes on Taylor. And if Pilgrim can beat Culleton in a couple of games' time, well, we may just see a two-horse race amount itself.
140.
But Culleton is threatening potentially the break unless Taylor can find something makeable here.
Yeah, if we try and
105.
assess Culleton's game this week, just the two 180s and the only player not to have a 100-plus finish. In fact, his highest finish
80.
so far this week has
Scott,
been
you require
85.
117.
They're the two areas he'll want to go back and work on. Scott Taylor, big 17 for the match.
97. No,
The
you
double
require
top deserts him, and so
140.
Culleton looking for what would be a Hail Mary finish to keep himself in the game. Double 10!
130.
Wasn't far away.
Scott,
That
you
was another
require
classic
20.
does a 4 par there.
Game,
It's a
shot,
4-1 victory for
and the
Scott
match.
Taylor. It wasn't
Scott
pretty,
Taylor.
but ultimately it's about getting 2 points at this stage. He moves on to 14 points and stays in the mix. He won't be happy with those averages. He won't be happy with those checkout stats, but he'll be absolutely delighted with the 2 points. For Niall Culleton, his problems still continue. 1 from 7 on the outer ring when he got the opportunities there will disappoint him. We move on to the next round of games. It's Arjan Konterman up next against Justin Smith.
Welcome back. 3 games played so far in the final day of Group A action on week 2 of MODUS Super Series 5, and wins so far for Darryl Pilgrim, who beat Arjan Konterman 4-0 in his opener, then Dennie, Olde, Kalter, a 4-2 win over Justin Smith before Scott Taylor's 4-1 victory over Niall Culleton. So 2 of those defeated darters will play in the next match as Konterman meets Smith. And in the table, really, it's must win for the pair of them. Justin Smith will be confirmed in Group C alongside Niall Culleton with defeat here. And Arjan Konterman, well, his chances of topping the group will be disappearing fast if he is on the wrong end of the result. So let's get the match going in the company of Henry and Glenn.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. So for Justin Smith, his fate can well be sealed in the next couple of minutes or
First
so.
leg, it's
But you
Arjan
get
to
the
throw
sense that
first.
whatever group he
Game
gets put
on.
into on Thursday and Friday, you'll see an incline of performance from him. That back to 0 points mentality we've seen from a lot of players recently has actually helped them.
134.
As for Arjan Konterman, well, it was such a good first day, but it's kind of seen others get better as maybe he just regressed a little bit. Would that be fair to say?
140.
Yeah, I think that's not too far away. He just probably got Darryl Pilgrim at the wrong time today, but very, very impressive.
180.
And the timing of that 180 as we're chatting about him there. And that's something where you haven't done an awful lot about him. He's dominated
85.
Justin Smith this week, 4-0 and 4-2. So you'd expect him to win this game. He's finding that treble 20 with ease very early on.
137.
And after 9 darts, he's a bull away for a 10-darter.
Players don't go for the
60.
ball, do
Are
they,
in your
for 10
required
darters? We've
50.
learnt that this week.
Sorry?
Game shot on the
They
first
do,
leg.
and then they find the
Arjan
double 4.
Konterman.
Okay. I'm glad he missed that, to be honest.
And it's great to see the banter
Second leg,
between
it's
them there
Justin to
because,
throw
again,
first. Game
we're
on.
very close to the players' area. It's been a quiet players' area compared to sort of some weeks there, but relationships
100.
are bonded, you know, friendships are out there, but it's real business up there. And we have seen a 10-darter this week, and I'm thinking, was that on the mind of
100.
Arjan Konterman? But, yeah, it was a 25-17 double 4. Not a bad start, a 12-darter.
59.
Every time I look at our screen, it's 120 plus averages, you know, albeit very early on in the games. But there was a period yesterday where there was a game where it was a 93 average, and we were calling it a B game, a C game.
140.
That's how good. I mean, something that Henry touched on, but Darryl Pilgrim's overall daily average yesterday, 104.
140.
Scott Taylor dwarfed with a 96. I mean, the lowest of the day was this guy in your picture, Justin Smith, with 85.75.
97.
I
Are in
reckon
your
that
required
breaks another record.
121.
Well, a matter of fact, the lowest average in Group A yesterday was higher than 5 of the 6 on the first day of Group
97.
C on
Justin
Thursday.
required 105.
Options on 105. But needed a treble.
39.
Chance for Konterman.
Are
A
in your
2-0.
required 24. Game
Doesn't need
shot
too
on the
many
second
chances.
leg.
Very
Arjan
direct.
Konterman.
Very impressive and still averaging over 120.
At what point can we put it on the screen, Glenn?
Third leg, it's
Now.
Arjan to throw first.
Let's
Game
get it
on.
up. There it is.
82.
He's a very impressive player. Both him and Dennie came, and there were the 2 outsiders, Henry, as the bookies laid the odds on Monday
100.
morning. I must admit I disregarded their chances when I looked at the quality of Daryl and the quality of Justin Smith and definitely Scott
99.
Taylor, who was my choice to top the group as well. But boy, have they been impressive. I think the only one who'll be really disappointed is Niall right now, and even he's shown some positive for a
131.
run in Group C. And looking at the Group B and C players, I still think there's opportunities for these guys coming out of Group A.
125.
Although you have to look at Group C and look at Dom Taylor and think that he is going to cause some considerable damage. The
140.
Monty Dom of the Super Series.
Yeah, I think we were talking off air, weren't we? And we think he has a good chance of qualifying. Group C is always tough to qualify from.
137. Justin, you require 130.
So that place for second and third. I mean, the guy who finishes 4th in Group A will be disappointed.
105.
That's with Justice
Are
Smith
in
for
your
the miss
required
on the ball, and so
58.
Konterman to race into a 3-0 lead. The average is 117. This would be for 15, which would have been considered to be the
38.
worst leg of the match.
Justin, you required 25.
2 8s
Game shown
for
the
2-1,
third
and
leg.
this has been
Justin
a real
Smith.
quality encounter. That one a 14 darter, and that on the back of a 13 and a
Fourth leg, it's Justin
12.
to throw first. Game on.
The averages paint the picture.
96. $58.
Good fight back this from Smith.
100.
He was getting dominated in this match, the 2-0, but you have to say he's a favourite for this leg.
99.
What does he? Doesn't need to start in the 18s on 305. He should be looking at the score of Arjan and think, I'm well ahead. Wasn't the need to start on the 18s there, but it's just a natural way to go, and then your
138.
transition then across to the treble 20 means he has left a real big finish.
But finish is going to get
60.
a go at, and
Justin, you
we were
require
waxing lyrical about
167.
Konterman's averaging in the stratospheric heights of the 110s. Well, they're plateauing back to an even Kalter.
100.
Where Smith's on 99, Konterman 104, and this game could be at an even Kalter in a couple of seconds' time as Smith looks to level up
44.
at 2 apiece
Justin,
if he
you
can
require
take out the
67.
67. It's going to be a dart in his hand, a double 16
Game
to
shot
do
on the
exactly
fourth
that.
leg.
And we're
Justin
incrementally
Smith.
going up a leg by 1. So we started with a 12, then to a 13, then to a 14.
Fifth
That was
leg,
a
it's Arjan to
15.
throw
So we can
first.
expect this
Game
leg
on.
to be won by somebody in 16.
We'll hold you to that.
135.
Excellent response from Arjan. It was a difficult couple of minutes there as Smith really found his range. Very unpredictable. Smith,
60.
very talented. You're never really sure, and I'm sure every player that walks on the hockey is thinking, which Justin Smith am I going to get? We're all
97.
expecting him to kick in. He's a proven winner here at the MODUS Super Series. I think he was planning his attack of Group C as early as
100.
yesterday. The 19 should come into consideration, but not now.
140.
Doesn't matter when you're that accurate.
57. Arjan, you require 129.
We look at the 19s. Now we can't finish. That's about laying up. So back to treble 19.
51.
I do like that bullseye on the 1-2-2. They were just
140.
three beautiful
Arjan, you
darts. He's
require
got that in the locker,
78.
Justin Smith. Maybe saving his best for later. Konterman is saving his
Game
best for
shot on
now.
the fifth leg. Arjan Konterman.
78 in 2 darts. Treble 18, double 12. Clean as a whistle.
Sixth leg.
A
It's
leg
Justin to
away
throw first. Game
from
on.
putting himself onto 14 points, averaging 102, and that means Justin Smith would be destined for a campaign in Group C
120.
as that bounces in and out.
Is it in?
No, Glenn, it's not in.
45. $140.
He's a pleasure to watch when he's going, Justin Smith. And you sometimes sit here and think, stop saying that, Glenn. But I still think
58.
come Saturday night, Justin Smith will be there.
100.
He's at his best. He purrs like a Lotus car engine.
58. Justin, you require
It sounded like my deal
141.
with his on Monday morning, though.
83.
Lovely set-up play, 2-darter. Konterman is already thinking of the last leg. Typical, he'll be thinking that when the leg's gone.
140.
Throw
Justin,
me
you
best
require
dart, but it's in the hands of
58.
Justin Smith. No need to mess about too much. 2-darter tops.
Game
Not
shot on
really
the
an area
sixth
the
leg.
body likes to be
Justin
double top.
Smith.
You wouldn't think so with that dart there. Now, first game of the day, that's going the distance.
Seventh and final leg. It's Arjan to throw
It's
first.
the fact that this
Game
man
on.
is thrown first, the deciding factor. You want one treble from here.
60.
It doesn't get it. chance for Smith.
Howie Crave, another 140. He's had 5 in this game.
100.
Ton just keeps him towing and keeps himself just in front, just with the advantage if Konterman slips again.
93.
Big last start.
Yeah, we've had 2 180s today. This time yesterday we had 13.
99.
Now you tells me people can feel the tension. It's day 3.
44.
Don't think we'll ever get a day for a long time. Like with that couple of hours we had yesterday, it was just darts from
98.
the gods. But right now it's proper match play.
Stop dropping it in, Glenn. Just because I wasn't here.
Henry, it's not about you.
45.
204, 6 darts.
58.
That'll frustrate, but very impressive leg heap from Smith. Konterman needs to find one of his big scores. Just not finding that treble now.
89.
Just
Justin required
keeps himself in the mix. It's
146.
advantage Smith.
Another. Would have left himself double 16, and so Konterman is looking to complete the job with the fish.
79.
We've had absolutely
Arjan
everything in this
required
Group A campaign,
170.
apart from the 170.
The fish was his wish, but he
87.
can't complete the job this time,
Justin
and so
requires
Smith comes back
67.
for 67 to put the cat amongst the pigeons. 2-8
Game,
for
shot,
victory, and it
and the
keeps
match,
Justin Smith
Justin
just over a
Smith.
squeak of Group B qualification, and it is Konterman that's going to be one of his closest rivals for that. As for the Dutchman, well, that may well just put paid to his hopes of winning the group now. The stats, well, Konterman was ticking along the ton teams for a large portion of the early stages, but it's Justin Smith's consistency over 7 legs which prevailed in the end, including 4 out of 5 when it came to the doubling. Well, coming up after the break, it's the man who's been harping all the headlines, Darryl Pilgrim, up against Niall Culleton.
Right, into an important spell of today's action. That battle at the top of the table between Darryl Pilgrim and Dennie Olde Kalter continues. Both playing in the next two matches. Olde Kalter taking on Scott Taylor in what could be a really important contest after this. But first, Pilgrim meets Niall Culleton to move clear at the top of the table.
Yep, thank you very much, Chris.
First
And
leg,
so-
it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
It is all about this man, isn't it? The man who's harboured all the headlines, the man who's harboured all the attentions, and the man who could harbour the outright lead again at the top of this group. Ahead of them, what will be a crucial match between Dennie Olde Kalter and Scott Taylor. However,
180.
never, ever discredit Niall Culleton. Every dart in this game so far has found the treble.
177. 22.
Okay, Daryl. You've done it before, Daryl, but not this time.
100. 41.
Yeah, they're just sort of sitting flat as darts there. Was Niall Culleton. Darryl Pilgrim is just in a different world right now, isn't he? Well, he's been brought down to earth with a bumper here.
44.
He is human. How many times have we seen top against bottom?
60.
Seen a shock.
Well, it's what happens when where the player at the top cannot win. Even if they win, they can't win. Whereas the player at the bottom has got no pressure on their shoulders whatsoever.
123.
And so they can play with that little bit more freedom.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out why Darryl Pilgrim hasn't got a tour card. And
58.
I did see his
Darryl, you require
vulnerabilities.
57.
As he looks at 57 here. Another superb angle of his throw there.
17.
I did see his vulnerabilities
No,
when
you
I've seen him play on a Saturday night when the
140.
tension is high pressured. It's quite frantic and frenetic. And as Culleton looks at a 140 finish here, just has to sit above.
100.
So I still
Darryl,
think
you
there's
require 40.
elements to his game that he can improve on. We're seeing some staggering numbers from on the Pro Tour, and he's qualifying for Euro 2s as well. So the
Game
future's
shot
bright.
the first leg.
If he
Darryl
continues to throw
Pilgrim.
darts like this, well, it's looking really rosy for him, isn't it?
Second leg, it's Darryl to
Carries
throw
on like
first.
this, he'll be
Game on.
feeling glad all over.
Another question you got wrong in the quiz on Monday.
180.
Oozes quality, doesn't he? Absolutely oozes quality. 22 180s in this Group A campaign.
140.
What's the highest stat? Oh, I've got him! Finally!
Oh, hello again.
80.
Just feel he senses another one, do you feel that?
Well, Glenn, we've played two legs so far, and he's kicked off both perfectly, and he's got the fourth dart in
41.
both. Ended up being a 17 in the end in the previous leg. You're hoping it'd be a case of 17 going under.
140.
He's 101 after 9 for a 2-0 lead, and he would do it within the space of 3.5 minutes as well.
85.
Culleton has
Darryl, you
nothing by
require
way of response, and so
101.
Pilgrim here to race away to the halfway point with little more than a beat of sweat being dropped.
I think there might be a wry smile in the
60.
back there from Niall Culleton on 101 there, because that's where I was chatting with him overnight. I'm intrigued to see how he goes again when he gets down to that
81.
finish.
Darryl,
He
you
may not
require
get down that low at the
41.
moment, the way Daryl is playing right now, just effortlessly, averaging 99.41. Effortless.
Game shot the
Superb,
second
sublime.
leg. Darryl Pilgrim.
Stupendous. I am running out of superlatives for this man this week. I'm going to have to get my thesaurus out because he's just getting
Third leg, it's
better
Niall
and
to
better
throw
and better.
first. Game on.
As silky as a pair of pyjamas you'd get in first class on an airplane flight.
95.
The furthest you've been's Clacton, so how would you know?
58.
Been to Vancouver a couple of times. Did I tell you I went to Silverstone?
60.
First class?
Business. Beautiful city. You have to go there one day, Glenn.
Yeah, Newfoundland I went to,
58.
Canada-wise. It's, I'm hoping to get across there again next year. I'm chatting with Jeff Smith at the moment. Devin Peterson's over there now. I know the guys have been over to
81.
America with Danny Baggage as well, so that North American sort of dart scene is looking to put more and more dart exhibitions on. Well, this guy would be an absolute treat anywhere he went exhibition-wise because he's put a real
60.
show on this week. I like the fact he's just seeing the other facets of his game and how he responds to not smashing in 122 averages left, right, and
65.
centre. He's just putting a quality performance on. He's 2-0 up, just shy of 90. And I want to see how he responds to this. I want to see how he responds when he goes 1-0 down on Saturday night if he
60.
gets there. So just intriguing to watch.
Go back to the North American connection. I'm going to put something now which I'm going to place
40.
on record, and I don't mind being quoted on this. In the next 12 months, there will be a Super Series champion from North America.
Yeah, Jacob Taylor was sensational, wasn't he? He was an unbelievable player.
64.
And I'm sure there's many others like we've seen with the Oceanic.
95, 160.
Europe have been brilliant as well as Niall Culleton needs a big finish. Still the highest finish he's had this week has been that 85. That will disappoint. He has had another 180 in this game. That's still only 3 he's had in this campaign.
However, he's going to get his first chances at a double hit.
No,
double 10
20.
to half the deficit to 2-1.
Game shot on the
And
third
takes
lay. Niall
Full
Culleton.
advantage of it. So back to 2-1. Pilgrim with the darts to re-establish his two-leg cushion.
Yeah, that was a really
Fourth leg, it's
silky
Daryl to
smooth
throw
dart there from
first.
Niall. A real full extension of the arm. Just like that Rolls Royce throw.
60. $140.
Just sort of opens his mouth every time he throws. Which elite player does that?
Christian Kist.
No. Gerwin Price.
97.
Just watch the way Niall just opens his mouth exactly the same as Gerwin Price does.
60.
Well, let's have a look here. And what is it about the mechanics here that makes it so Rolls Royce's throw for you?
Well, that elegant pullback and release is just absolutely beautiful. Very little body movement.
180.
He uses the non-throwing hand as a balance. Very teapot-like. Well, there's a bit more front elevation on that one. A bit more snappy on the release. Very good pullback.
55.
But look
Daryl,
at the
you're
length
required
of the pullback on this one.
164.
It's a long way to go. And just that beautiful, that dart's just an extension of your arm. And how mature is that?
132.
It's absolutely flying. Doesn't even consider the 164, which would be the biggest finish of the week. It just lays up, and that is very, very mature.
96.
Playing
Daryl,
like a
you're
man
required
in full
32.
control. And he is in control of this game. And he can put himself a leg away from the match if he can pile in this double 16.
Game
Which he
shot
will
on the
do.
fourth
Sneaks
leg.
into the
Darryl
top
Pilgrim.
corner. And it is 3-1 to Pilgrim.
When things are going your way, Henry, that double 16 could have gone
Fifth leg, it's Niall
absolutely
to throw
anywhere because
first. Game
it
on.
kissed off the barrel. And I think he was as surprised as anywhere, and it went just right in the top of the double 16. If he was Niall Culleton throwing that dart, that goes in double 8.
45.
Sometimes you feel like you're invincible when you're top, when you're the big favourite, and it's just the winning mentality is just so much easier. You
77.
feel like you can't lose, you won't lose, and I think that's what Darryl Pilgrim's got right now.
You almost play with a air of inevitability
100.
that you're going to get the result. That it's going to be, you know, if you play to your standard, you pick the points up. It doesn't matter what the other guy's going to throw in front of me.
Yeah,
Pilgrim's throwing haymakers.
180.
He just has that feel. What he's doing behind as well, if you notice, he's throwing the ghost dart because he's clearly worked on that feel that he wants when he lets go of that dart. And I think
22.
dart players will understand what I'm trying to say there, but it's a good feeling when everything sort of connects. And that point there, when he gets that right, and I think that's why he does the ghost dart.
44.
Shake of the head, which just sums up how Niall Culleton's feeling.
64.
And in some ways, that can actually be the worst start after something like that, as Pilgrim now has 6 on 200 to complete the job and to get over the line.
$100.
G, which would put him on to 18 points. And also what should be just as crucially stated as well is he'd have a 13-leg swing in the legs difference and have a 6-leg swing on legs 1 as well.
140.
So,
Daryl, you require 100.
For the match. And to continue his hot streak. Tops, or does he like the lie of that first dart? He enjoyed the lie of the first.
60.
And so decided to
Now
chase
you
the
require
treble.
130.
And so this to save the match for Kalter.
It's a big ask, but it is only the one treble 20 needed. It can't be done. Advantage to Pilgrim.
65.
Can he move to 18
Daryl,
points?
you require 40.
Tops.
Game,
Landed for the
shots,
Eagle,
and
who
the
finds
match.
himself on
Darryl
18
Pilgrim.
points and may find himself a step closer now towards Saturday night with Olde, Kalter and Taylor to face off toe-to-toe after this. A 4-1 victory puts himself 2 points clear of the pair going into that particular battle, and the battle lines will be drawn, and Olde Kalter takes on Taylor after this.
Well, players 2 and 3 in terms of Group A league position about to do battle here at the MODUS Super Series. Dennie, Olde, Kalter and Scott Taylor. And it's a very important match, one that will decide how many runners there are in the race to top the group for the rest of the day. A win for Olde Kalter. He'll go level on points at the top of the table with Darryl Pilgrim. And it would mean that Arjan Konterman could no longer win the group. A win for Scott Taylor, though, and he's level with Dennie. And it is all to play for in the final 9 matches. So to talk you through this important clash, it's back to Glenn and Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much,
First
Chris.
leg,
Really looking forward to this game. We didn't see the best from either player. Dennie, in his opening game, was losing 2-1, but showed some real fighting quality, something that I think he's demonstrated really well this week. I think they both realised the importance of this game. For Scott Taylor, he was way below where he wanted to be, just didn't look comfortable on there, but got over the winning line.
134.
Looking at the opening salvo there, you would think that they both know the importance, and I think this is going to be a great game, Henry.
180.
And what we know from the pair is that they're both big match players. Scott Taylor, when he qualified for Champions Week, beat Andy Bolton with an average of 109.31. Dennie Olde Culleton this week has shown that he is not going to shirk when it comes to a big battle.
Tight games as well between them. The one in the head-to-head as well. So very much all to play for, and a wonderful start. More of this, please.
58. Dennie,
Well, this is for a
41.
potential 11 dart leg to kick things off. If he can find double 16. Double 8 now. How awkward is the way that dart at double 16 just on the inside
25.
sat up?
It was very awkward, but he had a little nervous look to see the score of Scott Taylor, but the throw of that double 16 was superb.
140.
Very, very unlucky.
Dennie,
you're going to get another
requires
chance.
16.
Double 8.
Game shot on the first
smack
leg.
bang in the
Dennie
middle. That was a
Olde
beautiful
Culleton.
leg of darts on both players. Dennie Olde Culleton has been very, very impressive this
Second
week.
leg,
It might be a
Scott's to
surprise
throw
to me and my
first. Game
voice,
on.
but to the people that know the game, the system he plays in, it's no surprise to them.
180.
It feels like yesterday all over.
The Macs begin to rain in like confetti at a
60.
Greek wedding. Oh, carry on, Scott.
121.
Henry Deacon does it again. What's beautiful. There must be. You must be feeling there's going to be another one in the making here, Henry.
No, because I'm sat in the commentary
81.
box.
Oh, yeah.
60.
3 beautifully thrown darts, 0 reward. It's looking good for 1-1.
40. Scott, you require 140.
Options. And I say options because Scott Taylor's gone for some bizarre ways of finishing, setting up play. The
160.
spotter's nightmare all over the board there. However, the outcome is double 12 after 12.
And do we say it quietly? His average is 111.
60. Scott, you require
He
24.
hasn't had a dart at double in this game.
Game
He
shot
has
on the
now, and he
second
took it
leg.
first time.
Scott
I'm asking
Taylor.
1-1.
Third leg, it's Dennie to throw first.
Have we ever had a group that has given us what we've seen this week?
I was going to ask you that. I mean, you are the modus
59.
stato when I sit next to you. I mean, you throw some numbers out to me, but yeah, I mean, for me personally, this has just
99.
been the best 3 days of MODUS Super Series. Just the quality, just seeing all 6 players bounce off each other. The pace of the games as well. They've suited everybody.
100.
I mean, there's been no slow play, so it's been really pleasing on the eye as well. Good friendship, but when they've got up there, it's business. 9 darters, record-breaking numbers.
180.
It's been brilliant.
There's only 2 Group A's I can remember that pale to any kind of significance like this. Series 3, Week 8, when Bay Van
100.
Peer missed out on finals night of a group average of... missed out on the finals night for Group A of a finals average of 94. And then the Week 8 of Series 4, when Andy Bartons and Luke Littler were going toe-to-toe and were throwing some haymakers at each other.
88.
This is good from Taylor. There was a barrage from Dennie Olde in the first leg, but he's battled back and he's looking good here. And more importantly, this would be a breaker throw. Scott Taylor's going to win this game. He needs to break Kalter. All he can do now is lay up. And lay up he does.
94. Dennie required 146.
He needs to find something inspired, but he's not going to find it on this particular occasion. And so Taylor,
58.
13 data to
40.
break the throw and to put himself 2-1 in front. That'd be for back-to-back 13s. Now chases the double 5.
35.
Goes inside.
Dennie required 88.
And you just feel the mistakes are maximised down because the quality's been so good. There's no reprieve. Big dart. Big
Game
moment.
shot on the third
big
leg.
player. Dennie Olde Kalter.
Kalter.
If you miss Scott Taylor, I will hit.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
It's a very, very big moment in this match, in this group, and for these players.
80.
3 darts have come and gone for Scott Taylor. And you'd sense with defeat, 4 points off both Pilgrim and Olde Kalter. Pilgrim and Olde Kalter playing the next one. They will be all that Scott Taylor had written for him in terms of Group A.
97.
And the other thing is he's got to look at the legs difference gap. Now, as things stand, he's 19 legs off Darryl Pilgrim. So you sense he can't just win this. He's got to win this by a bit of a margin, then get a bit of a kick on for the rest of the day.
And the next game for Dennie.
140.
Darryl Pilgrim.
Look, there's no hiding who Darryl Pilgrim want to win this game. It'd be Scott Taylor because he'd be outright 18, Olde Kalter 16, Taylor 16, and then Pilgrim can then pick off them two, win his games against them two, and know he's through.
I like this route on 271. He needs a treble 19.
63.
Big fish.
Scott, you require 84.
Double 14.
Game
he loves that double.
Scott
and he levels
Taylor.
up at 2-2.
And I tell you, I don't think I've seen any player hit 64 more than him this week on a route
Fifth
I've
leg,
never
it's Dennie
seen
to throw
before.
first. Game on.
We felt this had all the ingredients to be a real cracker. A 2-2, it's
60.
all to play for. The fact that Dennie is throwing first could be the deciding factor. Scott Taylor had a chance in the previous time that Dennie threw
59.
first and fluffed his lines at the end. Will he get that chance again?
$41.
But if you actually look at the way Scott throws the
97.
darts, it's actually not a surprise that double 14, double 11, they're on the other side, double 13, double 6 are good friends for him because he throws it such a straight line that those sorts of doubles will help him because he doesn't have to put too much flick of the wrist into the action.
But he's all about the flick of the wrist. He doesn't rely on a pullback. So it's all about getting that point
29.
of release absolutely perfect. And that's probably why he's got such a high ceiling, because when he, like many players, when he gets that right, whereas a player like Dennie, where he's pulling that dart back, if he's free from
95.
tension, it looks great. My only worry with people who have such a big pullback is when there's tension in the arm.
96.
Nothing to separate.
A cigarette paper between the pair. But who's going to be smoking the Havanas?
139.
Olde Kalter first to finish on 66.
Dennie requires 66.
Scott Taylor leaving himself with work to do if he gets a go, because it's going to be 2 at double 18.
And it's 66.
48.
Just as the ladies
Scott,
football
you
are playing as well.
164.
Good luck to them. 164. This would be massive. This would be huge. You must think that 18 is
86.
not something a dart
Dennie
player
require
fancies. Does he go
18.
direct? Does he set up?
Game
Straight
shot on the
four,
fifth
straight
leg.
in, 3-2
Dennie
Olde
Kalter.
Kalter. And that was taken with true courage, true conviction. And he's now a leg away. We're getting the better of
Sixth
Scott
leg, it's
Taylor.
Scott to throw first. Game
Move
on.
level pegging with Darryl Pilgrim at the top of the table. But Taylor was always going to come up with a riposte.
180.
You can't shirk this guy without a good old tussle. 17 points separate the
59.
players in the averages.
Averages mean nothing.
93.
Well, Scott Taylor's a living, breathing proof. He was 18 points below Darryl Pilgrim yesterday. Had to survive a 9-darter and still came out the other side of the scoreline.
58.
What a last leg decider this will be. And once again, the fact that
140.
Dennie has the throw, that's what will be on his mind right now. He's even probably put this leg to bed. These darts are just thrown with absolute ease. His concentration, his focus are
140.
probably
Scott, you require
and will be
88.
on the next leg. 72 left. The reason of the grimace says he can't see the treble 16 because that's what his next dart would have been. So he may look at various. I don't know what he's doing there. Is just laying it up, but
40.
he's missed the big dart at the 16.
$60. Scott,
To
you
send
require
us
48.
all the way and to ensure a huge leg of 501. Tops for Taylor.
Game
How many
shot on
times
the
over the
sixth
years have we
leg.
said that and
Scott
Taylor finds tops? 3-3. Big leg incoming.
Seventh and final leg. It's Dennie to
If
throw
Taylor
first.
wins it,
Game
Pilgrim
on.
has a 2-point buffer. If Olde Kalter wins it, we have 2 players tied at the top.
Every treble here.
60.
And look at them darts. Look where they've landed. Absolutely perfect. 0 reward. Scrappy first dart. Scrappy second.
15.
And scrappy do. Advantage to Dennie. Olde Kalter, the Dutchman, will be delighted to hear that score of 15 and the fact that the trebles are going in.
140. $134.
So Olde Kalter be thinking here, set up the best of your degree. He's not going to do that now.
60.
That's fine. Well thrown darts. Again, 100 ahead. Scott Taylor has got the massive score in him. Just can't find a treble at the moment.
57.
I fear for him if he loses this leg. Because will the top 2 both drop points? I don't think so. Dennie wins this one. For me, it's a 2-horse race.
46.
But the tension is absolutely palpable. Both players know the significance of these next few darts. And it's showing.
58.
It's been a quality encounter, but the nerves have just jangled as the finishing line edges creeps closer.
29.
What a moment to score 46 and 29 for Kalter. Scott Taylor, happy birthday.
180.
What a change in fortunes.
Clutch with a capital C.
Capital K if you're talking to Charlie.
98. Scott, you
Well, he may have
require
come up with the
57.
clutch visit. He's now looking for the break that would accelerate him to 16 points, but the
17.
chance has come and gone.
Dennie, you
And so Olde
require
Kalter
68.
comes back to tie with Pilgrim at the top.
What a conclusion to this match. And now Dennie's going to get a chance. It's only going to be 1 dart. Can he hit the tops?
Game,
Yes, he
shot,
can.
and the match.
What a
Dennie
sensational way
Kalter.
to end a thrilling game between 2 top darters. And you can see the imminent disappointment there from Scott Taylor. But what an ending. Look at the numbers there. if you would just look at the stats, you would think there's only one winner, that being Scott Taylor, but it's Dennie, Olde, Kalter that moves alongside Darryl Pilgrim. Is it a two-horse race yet? Well, not statistically, but you would think them two. And guess what? In the next set of games, they will play each other. But next up after the break will be Arjan Konterman against Niall Culleton.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've completed 6 matches so far. Glenn, you've been casting your eye over the action. Maybe not. I mean, it was never going to be as good as yesterday. Let's put that right straight away. But still very competitive, still very interesting.
Yeah, I thought that there was a little bit more tension shown today, but the guys who haven't demonstrated the problems or any concerns have been the top two in Pilgrim and Dennie, Olde, Kalter. They're the two that have impressed me most today. And yeah, you can just feel it's a little bit different, but it's not after the Lord Mayor's show. There's still been a lot of quality, just maybe not as good as yesterday.
Yeah, that win for Olde Kalter against Scott Taylor may be determining the rest of the day for those two players.
Yeah, statistically, I mean, we can still say that others are going to finish top now, but it would be an incredible turnaround of results for that to happen. For me, it's a two-horse race, and guess what? The next game, I mean, a couple of games from here, but the next game for the pair of them is against each other, not to be missed.
Well, let's talk about those two players, starting with Darryl Pilgrim. Just picked off kind of where he left off at the end of yesterday. 4-0 win over Arjan Konterman in his first match, and then he followed it with another.
Just so smooth, so silky. I really enjoyed that opening game for many, many reasons. Just round about the 90 mark, then took it up to the mid-90s. It was very professional, very elegant, as I've said many times this week, and any concerns that I had about him, they were diminished straight away.
He was favourite to win this group, and indeed this week before a dart was thrown. The outsider in Group A was a certain Dennie Olde Kalter, and he is proving the bookies badly wrong.
Yeah, my co-commentator yesterday, Scott Mitchell, was like really surprised when he saw them because he knows how good this guy is. He represents Holland, you know, he's won a British Classic, a Swedish Masters. He knows how to win games. He's a good player, and he's demonstrated them qualities this week.
Yeah, it will be an interesting fight to the finish now between those two. We will take a look at the table to demonstrate that. Both tied on 18 points now. As Glenn said, they're going to play each other in the next round of fixtures, so one of them will get to 20. Taylor can only get to 20, so it is effectively a two-player fight, isn't it?
Yeah, because I'm looking at legs difference there. It would be an incredible turnaround of results there. Not only is it Pilgrim against Dennie, which I'm looking forward to, but Scott Taylor and Arjan Konterman in that place for third place. It's a massive difference about being in Group B and C, and I think the fight needs to be there for Taylor and Konterman for that.
The way they're both playing, do you expect that match to be decisive, or do you think there'll be other twists and turns?
I don't think there'll be twists and turns. I just think they're being quite the dominant factor. However, Justin Smith is the type of player that can be that real spoiler, that real maverick. You never know if he's going to average 120. So he could have a small part to play for, but I think that's a big, big game, and the winner of that really should decide the group.
Yeah, that is coming up in a couple of games' time. But first, Arjan Konterman taking on Niall Culleton, and Glenn's going to head back down to commentary where he will join Henry Deacon.
Yep, thank you very much, Chris. So for Arjan Konterman and Niall Culleton, it will be about rounding off their groups. For Konterman, there's still the chance of him placing himself into Group B. Mathematically, he can put himself in that position to join Scott Taylor or depose Scott Taylor. That
First
potential
leg, it's Arjan to
opportunity.
throw first. Game on.
Now, he got off to a fantastic start to the week, did the Dutchman, as he looks to get off to the perfect start in this game.
180.
But has subsequently won just one of his last 5 matches here at the Super Series.
140.
And so needs to get back on the horse. Back on that winning trail.
100.
But it's a decent start to this one. Max followed by a ton. Up against Niall Culleton, who himself
41.
could do with a confidence-building performance and a confidence-building win.
180.
And when you're looking for that confidence win and your opponent goes 180, turn 180, it pretty much sums up. I think this is about the third
Arjan, you're
or fourth
requiring
stem and flight
41.
combo for Niall. He's searching as Konterman looks at double 16.
Game
For a 12
shot on the
darter.
first leg.
And that's what happens when you're
Arjan
Niall Culleton.
Konterman.
Because that kissed off one barrel, went into a wire, and then somehow into double 16.
Second leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Banger racing doubles there for Arjan Konterman. Now,
59.
as the odds compilers had this, they had Konterman as the heavy 8 to 15 favourite before play
58.
got underway. They had Niall Culleton at odds of 11 to 8 to pick up the points in this particular encounter.
And I think that's a testament to Niall
31.
Culleton. Even the bookies are not saying he's a rank outsider in this 2-horse race here because of what he's done at the MODUS Super Series. I
99.
noticed in their last 100 games, they've both roundabout had 50% win ratio. I mean, going into this week, Niall's must have been so much better than that.
180.
That's his 4th of the week.
And the ironic cheer when it happened as well. Kind of sums up how Niall
60.
Culleton is thinking, you sense.
$70. $94. Now you require 161. $44.
There tends to be an Irish route for the 161 because we see Conor Heenahan do something similar by going treble 19 and then treble 18 in the
Now you
bullseye.
require 117.
Well, a
Game shot on the
180
second
and
leg.
100 plus
Niall
finishes
Culleton.
first of the week. So maybe he's found the flight and stem combo that he likes.
Third leg, it's Arjan to throw first. Game on.
Going into that game, Henry, just the 85 finish being his highest way behind the rest of the players on the 180. So
96.
big improvements needed in Group C for Niall, but you know more than anyone the pedigree he's got when he gets to the MODUS Super Series. Probably doesn't play
100.
badly in 2 groups, does he?
You wouldn't expect him to. Now, usually Niall comes in on a Group B or Group C shift, so this is a rare full week
140.
for him here at the Live Lounge.
$60.
Every time I'm seen to be here for commentary, I see the name Matty Dennant. He's back,
171.
and Konterman is really finding the trebles with ease right now.
It's not all about you, Glenn.
36.
I have to
Arjan, you
feel for Matty
require
Dennant, though.
94.
If there is any mention of me as he looks at tops.
Game shot on the
What's the
third
leg of that?
leg.
140,
Arjan Konterman.
171, 94 in 2 darts. That's the way to do it. Great banter between the two
Fourth
of them.
leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game
Another
on.
great rhythm to this game and a staggering average once again.
Darts of the highest degree, of the
60.
highest level, of the highest pedigree.
$100. $100.
He's impressed me this week, Konterman.
125. $100. $59. $100.
Nice and steady from Culleton. Ton. On day 1 of this contest, he was really struggling. Had that lateral drift going into 5s and 1s.
100. No,
He's
you require
corrected that.
141.
Beginning to find the 180s today as well. There's still positive signs for Niall Culleton. He'd be
43.
disappointed with
I
that
really
last start
require
because things were going very, very
117.
right up until then. He's had a 117 against him.
42. No, you require 98.
To level up at 2 apiece. And when you consider the chasm in terms of the averages between the pairs, 25 points.
43. Arjan, you
Needs to
require
stay straight.
75.
Didn't happen. Double 12 usually means one thing. Not this
69.
time.
No, you require 55.
Chance of Pilgrim. Tops for 2-2
Game shot on
and
the
2
fourth
apiece it
leg.
is for Niall Culleton.
Fifth
Good
leg, it's
signs for
Arjan to throw
Culleton.
first.
Like I said,
Game on.
He'd be incredibly disappointed he sat in 2 points there, but there's evident improvement in his game.
99.
And as Henry touched on earlier, when he sees Group C all on 0-0 points, that might be just the spark in his, because them darts are definitely
140.
better than what they've been the rest of the week.
$59.
A win here for Culleton, and one
94.
happy man would be Scott Taylor, Henry.
Well, yeah, because he would then still be in charge of that particular
47.
race, wouldn't he, for Group B darts on Thursday and Friday, respectively. Because you just sense with one of Pilgrim and
140.
Olde Kalter going 6 points clear, the maximum that Taylor could then get is 20. That's probably him out of the race. So it's all about that one target, but the target may well be on his back
180.
because
No, you require
Konterman comes charging back, but
127.
can Culleton find a 1-2-7 and game? No.
Yeah, you can see, because that's the kind of problems he's been having this week. He seemed to be correcting them problems, but when he needed it most,
41. Arjan, you
He's gone
require
then all of a sudden, Konterman with that
160.
180 score. But again, all he can do is lay up. 52 left. Loses his beloved
76.
tops.
No, you require
And on 86,
86.
Culleton's thinking, is it going to be double 16 or is it going to be the bullseye? It's going to be, could possibly be neither. It isn't neither, and that will frustrate.
40. Arjan, you require 40.
So this is tops for Konterman for 3-2. Double 10.
20.
Doesn't go, and Culleton is back for 46 for the break of
No,
throw.
you require 46.
Beautiful marker.
6.
Absolutely
required
typical when you
20.
sat on the bottom of the table. That's what happens. Can
Game
Konterman
shot on the fifth
hit
lay.
the double five? Of
Arjan
course he can.
Konterman.
That just sums up the way that things are going for Niall Culleton right now. And that's the difficulty, Henry, of the
Sixth leg,
MODUS
it's
Super
Niall's to
Series.
throw
When you're on a
first. Game
defeat
on.
and loss run, it's really tough mentally up there as well as physically, isn't it?
Well, it just completely takes it out of you, doesn't it?
55.
And there were darts of incredible frustration and disappointment, whereas these are going in real
95.
zip. Real panache. And that was the dart from Monday, that opening one, Henry.
45. $59. $97.
This is on the throw of Culleton.
134.
All of a sudden now Konterman can see that winning line. Culleton needs a magic score here. A treble-less visit means Konterman is a
96.
big favourite. 2-1-3, 6 darts. Can he set up?
58.
Send us all the way again. Be the third game today which has gone all the way to a last leg decider.
140. Arjan require
But
155.
Konterman looking to finish with some panache, finish some style, and looking to finish with some fanfare.
99. No, you require 68.
Options, treble 20, 16 or 8 for tops.
48.
Chance for
Arjan
Konterman for the
require
match.
56.
Been a solid performance
Game,
and a stellar
shot,
finish
and the match,
for Arjan Konterman. Be well pleased. He had real moments in that where Culleton was beginning to show signs that he was going to win that game there, but just has that feeling, that resignation about him, despite the fact of a 118 and 117 finish. Konterman was super, super solid. 92.52. He continues to impress and he continues to fight for that third place. Scott Taylor will have work to do. Well, he's up next against Justin Smith.
Well, the middle match of Wednesday's play here at the Super Series sees two men at the bottom of their respective mountains, but only one of them will have the chance to climb to the summit as Justin Smith takes on Scott Taylor. Defeat for Smith in this one would mean that he could not make it into Group B, and if it was a win for him, it would mean his opponent, Scott Taylor, could not go on and win the group. So all to play for, different things to play for, but only one of them can come out with a chance. Let's find out who with Glenn and Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Which Justin
First leg,
Smith
it's
are we
Justin
going
to
to
throw
get?
first.
Good friends, these
Game
two.
on.
There seems to be a real friendly banter between the pair of them. But you just never know what you're going to get with this man in your picture right now.
100.
And Scott Taylor, hope he realises the importance of still getting to third place. I mean, he can still finish and Crederick can
85.
still finish top, but I think he should be thinking of just getting through this game because I don't think he wants to come back tomorrow afternoon.
180.
Well, the odds compilers had
48.
Justin Smith at 11-10, the outsider to win this game. Scott Taylor very much a heavy favourite at 4-6.
I'm just thinking that Scott looks a little deflated.
97.
Justin might jump all over that. I get the feeling that Scott is such a winner.
135. Justin, you
either top
require
in this group or nothing.
124. $92.
Just double checking the score there.
$63. Justin, you
Playing up
require
the dartboard
32.
there. Excellent board management, but you've got the fancy
Game shot
Smith
in the
from here.
first leg.
In the first couple
Justin
of days, he was
Smith.
going wide of that double 16. Today, them double 16 are going pretty plumb.
Second leg,
And
it's
again,
Scott
that's
to
another
throw
improvement
first.
for Justin Smith, who's won 3 of his last 4 games and is beginning to show signs of the quality that he has. He's a proven winner here.
121.
Is he just beginning to demonstrate his real qualities? And if he could get to Group B, he'd be delighted with that because you just get the feeling
55.
his best is still to come.
And Group B would be a group that would suit a player like Justin Smith down to the ground because you can have those enigmatic highs
100.
and have those kind of lows and still be able to kind of meet in the middle a little bit.
97. $58.
A bit slow pace coming for the Group B's and C's. A couple of lads from the northeast who aren't the quickest.
97.
Dave Prinz will be into Group B. Tony Wood going into Group C, but I do like the look of Matt Dennant. He's going to be in Group B. He
125.
seems to play the Group B an awful lot alongside Rob Collins. And then in Group C, the return of Charlie Large, who was here quite recent, against a player I think will be looking at the Robin Hood
40.
there, who I think
Scott,
will be
you
looking for
require
the title
97.
chances. Dom Taylor, he is a terrific player.
Oh, darts friends. 97 for Taylor.
57.
Yeah, that intensity of Taylor seems to have gone as well, doesn't it? Does it make his game better or worse?
42. Scott, you require 40.
Pops a 1-1.
Game shot on the second
1-1
leg.
it is. Taylor
Scott
levels
Taylor.
proceedings. 16 darter that to level proceedings up.
Third leg,
And
it's
to
Justin to
quash
throw
the
first.
bearded
Game
dragons'
on.
hopes of Thursday night darts here at the Super Series. $140. $140.
Here's a question for you, Henry. How many players in this Group A do you see on Saturday night?
5.
60.
5 out of the 6 from Group A will qualify. Dom Taylor will be the only player not from Group A that qualifies for Saturday night. I'm going to put
99.
it there now. I cannot wait for tomorrow afternoon because I better not walk through that practice room.
140.
I'll remind them later on social media.
I thought you would. I thought you would.
He can stay there.
135. Justin, you require 161.
Another great match. And that would have been for the biggest finish of the week so far. 150 being the
Scott,
highest
you
so
require
far
127.
for the Hinksy. Treble 19.
55. Justin, you require 64.
Double 8.
Game shot on the third leg.
His rhythm
Justin
looks
Smith.
really good here, Justin Smith. And we did say on Monday morning, Henry, how he could play himself into form.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $137. $96. $120.
Goodness me, that was a violent bounce out.
Get the bouncers in.
More bouncers and on the wicket at the whacker.
180.
Loving that, Justin Smith. $100.
Quality contest, both players pretty much averaging a ton.
$65. Scott, you require 144.
So 144 for 2-2. Another one of them for double 12. Oh,
Game
that's
shot on the fourth
enigmatic
leg.
from Scott Taylor.
Scott Taylor.
Absolutely magnificent. A 144
Fifth
for
leg,
a
it's Justin to
12-dart
throw
leg
first.
and
Game
to
on.
raise the roof aloft at the live lounge.
140. $125.
Scott Taylor, when he wants to, he just looks like a real champion in the making as well. We're not going to see the end of him yet.
81.
My co-commentator Henry Deacon feels that 5 players that you're watching today will be here on Saturday night. And who's to argue with that? Because the quality that we are witnessing.
180.
And it was about this time yesterday, that mid-match surge that we saw, predominantly by Darryl Pilgrim. However, don't you know that the way that Scott
36.
Taylor played during that period too has to be applauded, and it just seems to have put the afterburners. That 144 was absolutely sublime,
46.
wasn't it?
The timing of a Swiss watch. We haven't seen a dart miss to double in this
100.
game.
Scott, you require 150.
Well, he's had a 144. Smith's left the 144, but can he take out the 150 to break? Oh, this is incredulous. This is magnificent.
Game
That
shot on
is
the fifth leg.
stupendous from Scott Taylor. Back-to-back ton-plus finishes for back-to-back 12s, and he is
Sixth leg,
turning
it's
this
Scott to throw
game
first.
on its
Game
head
on.
to some tune.
The only 100-plus finish he's had so far
40.
this week has been a 1-2-1. And in the space of 3 or 4 minutes, a 1-4-4 and a 1-5-0, which matches
60.
the highest finish already this week by his opponent, Justin Smith. And just great relationship between the pair of them, but that hasn't
100.
stopped the professionalism that's up there. Scott Taylor averaging 103, Justin Smith 95. Another beautiful game.
58.
I'm glad I wasn't here yesterday. My voice would have been gone by now.
I'm glad you weren't here yesterday, but joking aside, it's not about you.
60.
Fabulous game though here. It's just a pleasure to sort of commentate what we're seeing, and Justin Smith's playing his part now.
100.
He's very much involved in this game. Scott Taylor, that little surge he had there. He has got the dart here, so that would be massive. That
95.
last dart just keeps his nose ahead. However, one big score from Smith here. He would have the darts in the last leg. Would the bearded dragon?
180.
Darts of the highest order, of the highest chagrin.
60.
But it's a game that
Justin
Smith has to win.
103.
And considering how top ton heavy Taylor's gone with the finishing, is it going to be a third consecutive
71.
ton plus checkout?
Scott, you require 146.
It's a
57.
match that's
Justin, you
deserved
require
to go
32.
the distance. Justin Smith has been excellent on double 16
Aim shot on the
today.
6th leg.
And that trend
Justin
continues.
Smith.
This match has been an absolute beauty. Played in wonderful spirits. But a total business when they get on the hockey.
Seventh
And once
final
again,
leg, it's
is
Justin
the
to
fact
throw
that
first.
Justin Smith has
Game
thrown
on.
first. This is that intriguing one-leg battle.
Well, at 3-2 down, you could have said to Justin Smith, call an ambulance, but it may not be for him.
57.
Pick a winner here, H. After that treble, them two trebles.
134.
Whose position would you want to be in right now? 80 behind with the darts?
This is what Scott Taylor does.
81.
Is he going to do it again? Where he just picks off big moment after big moment,
140.
big visit after big visit. And he's landing now haymaker jabs to Justin Smith, who may feel as if now he's not just been put on the canvas, but he's been thrown over the ropes.
Is that why he's so good come a Saturday night? Because he has them
60.
moments of brilliance. He knows he's got it in the locker. Maybe like the longevity over a full day, a full campaign. He doesn't always demonstrate his best like Pilgrim has. I'll tell you what, comes Saturday night and he knows he's got that in the locker.
96.
Nice to see him go downstairs in a 303. He's not the greatest at counters as Justin Smith.
133. Scott,
He
you
does
require
leave the 170 by
131.
excellent board management, but you'd feel at this stage it's 6 darts for Taylor. Can he lay up? No, he
41.
can't. That is not
Justin, you
good.
require
Smith is back in this.
170.
What a way to finish for a spectacular game.
Not to be. Well, Scott
100.
Taylor has been perfect on the finishing.
Scott,
He
you
may well only get a
require
dart at the
90.
ball to get the job done. This has been an absolute treat. Taylor wants the ball
Game,
to finish
shots,
it
and the match.
in the most
Scott Taylor.
sumptuous of styles. 4 out of 4 on the finishing, 2 ton plus checkouts. Justin Smith through the kitchen sink, and it just proved not to be enough. Scott Taylor with an average of 98.23. 4 out of 4 on the finishing, 2 ton plus checkouts, who took the game away from the bearded dragon. Well, that was absolutely sublime. And we've now got the 2 top boys going toe-to-toe as Darryl Pilgrim takes on Dennie Olde Kalter in a top-of-the-table encounter.
Right then, this is it, the big one, the clash between the table toppers, and it could be a decisive one come the end of the day. Darryl Pilgrim, the star of the week at the Super Series, taking on Dennie, Olde, Kalter. Whoever wins this match will go outright top of the table with just 2 fixtures left to play. This could be it. This could be the one that determines which one of them wins the group and qualifies for Saturday night. So without further ado, let's get this crucial contest going in the company of Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Top of the table clash. It doesn't need an awful lot to build up this one. I'm so excited to see this game. Darryl Pilgrim, who's just had all the plaudits, all the overnight, became a bit of a sensation with the 9-darter and them insane
First
122 and 118 losing average and a
on.
winning average respectively against a guy that we haven't spoken an awful lot about. We talk about preparation of throwing a dart, and if you notice there, you see players like Gary Anderson kicking an hockey.
96.
Darryl Pilgrim just likes to put his foot on the hockey there. All part of the preparation of throwing a dart. But that aside, you may not see the incredibly
45.
high averages in this game, believe it or not. What we may see now is just a little bit of tension, a bit like how you replicate something on Saturday night. It does feel like a bit of a knockout game, this one.
99.
You get the sense that the winner of this game will feel they've done enough to top the group. But the MODUS Super Series has more twists and turns than that. But big moments, Henry.
100.
Darryl Pilgrim literally stepping up to the hockey here to try and fire himself towards qualification. And if the odds compiler are to be believed, then Pilgrim is a heavy favourite. He's 1-3 on.
99.
Dennie Olde Kalter, when you consider the level on points, is at 9-4 to win this game in a 2-horse race. And if you actually compare and contrast each other's days, Pilgrim kicked off at 96-97, Olde Kalter 86-16, Pilgrim 89-17, Olde Kalter 80.05.
Well, Dennie did beat Daryl on day one, 4-2, but it was a
171.
comprehensive win yesterday for Pilgrim against Dennie. And what was just one of them moments that we probably won't forget.
125. Darryl, you require
122.69 when he played
36.
Dennie yesterday. I think that's where the odds have come from. But this guy just oozes class, oozes quality. But now there's just a little bit of tension.
18. Dennie, you require 106.
Questions asked of Dennie, and he usually has the answers. Treble 18 he should be looking at. He's got it. It's double 16.
74.
They're the types of chances. He's not
Darryl,
going
you
to get many
require
chances,
18.
Henry.
So it's 1 darts at doubles on the back of 3 dart combos that could change the tide of this game as Pilgrim comes back for another couple of double 9. Only 1 left now.
No
None
score.
left now. And Kalter has a bona fide break
Dennie,
chance
you
on
require
32.
32.
It's just been one of those groups where he was the outsider, very reminiscent of the Bogarde, the Meox that we've talked about
Game
previously.
shot on the first
And
leg.
when he gets a chance,
Dennie Olde Kalter.
he does. He's very understated as Dennie Olde Kalter. Very intense, but a lot of that comes from within.
Second
you
leg,
can
it's
see on
Dennie
his
to throw
face
first.
and his
Game
eyes.
on.
You can barely see his eyes when he's throwing the dart. The full concentration there. He's been an absolute
100.
credit to the MODUS Super Series and to ADC Europe this week. And if he wants to come through this contest, wow, it would be a huge win for him because he's still got a couple of big games, one against his fellow
100.
Dutchman, Arjan Konterman. And what a last game he would play as well. He would play Niall Culleton, where he'd fancy his chances if it goes down to that last game. But he must focus on the here and now.
123.
I was speaking to my co-commentator off air. I said, come on, Henry. I said, he must have some weaknesses, Darryl Pilgrim. And
131.
he said, well, Glenn, he hasn't got a professional card. And sometimes when it comes to them moments, sometimes that's where the vulnerabilities can show. Maybe a Saturday night at the MODUS Super Series, maybe a
134.
Q skill. He's ticked a lot of boxes this week, but this game is massive for him. And this is where your arm isn't as free-flowing as normal because it just feels a bigger game.
82.
Could
Dennie,
we
you
see them
require
weaknesses come back?
144.
Well, he won a challenge tour at the weekend, which is a big, big title as Kalter looks for a big, big finish. already seen the 144 go today.
128.
But that is as good as a setup as you can possibly get, and he's threatening the break of throw and a 2-0 lead and making those 9-4 odds before the off look rather laughable. He's pilgrim at the minute.
Dennie requires 16.
For a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the second
surprising 2 lead.
Dennie
Olde Culleton,
Culter.
it isn't. I'm sure he went there with a real determination. Now, when we look at the players' area,
Third leg, it's Daryl to throw
playing
first.
that role in
Game
there.
on.
He's gone in there. He's a real character. He wasn't afraid to say what he felt to Daryl after he was smashed to pieces of the 122 average. So he's not a shrinking violet in that players' area. Well, Pilgrim comes back. He's not going to go down without a fight, that's for sure.
These are two heavyweight punchers going pound to pound. Trading blow for blow.
125.
Yeah, the excitement comes every time he opens up with a 180 as well, because usually when that first one goes in, it's just been an incredible amount of 180s from Darryl Pilgrim this week. 25 180s.
Well, he's harboured expectation now, hasn't he? And that's the biggest difference. We expect things, special things from Darryl P.
Now, for Dennie Culleton, he knows it's against throw here. He knows he's probably
100.
Lost this leg in his mind.
148.
You know, stranger things have happened for sure, but already he's strategizing for his throw the next leg. You don't expect this man to not finish in 6 or 9 darts. Slight opening. Let's just say that a 180 here would make it very interesting.
Well, Pilgrim then
52. Daryl, you require
leaves himself
88.
on a finish with a big fish, Olde Culleton, but realistically we feel there's 6 darts from 88. He may only need the couple. He only needs the 2 because double 14 is found for 14. He reduces the deficit to 2 legs to 1. And this is everything that we expected from a top of the table encounter this late into proceedings. Some good darts, a little bit of nerves. It's going to be those finer margins that determine the victor of this particular clash.
Yeah, it's getting to the stage of the day where we'll start to plan in Group B and Group C. We can confirm that Justin Smith will finish 5th and will be applying his trade in Group C this week. He will be a dangerous commodity in there. That I am sure of.
100.
Good return here from Pilgrim, a 2-0 down. He didn't panic. It's another great attribute to have. He has the skills.
180.
That 180, just something I'm going to be looking out for every time that first one goes in. As he keeps practicing that go start, he's realising the importance of the full extension of the arm. That's why he's always loosening the arm.
It's an accessory of the modern player. We've seen it with the likes of Cam Crabtree and Owen Bates over recent times here. Both also won Challenge Tours this weekend. Congrats to the pair.
121. Daryl, you require 125.
You'll be looking at the centre of the board, an area that guys practice an awful lot. Does he stay there at treble 17? It's bull for the game. It's bull for the leg.
92.
Not my favourite.
Dennie require
121. Is a much bigger target than the smallest target on the board. Is he going to be punished for double 14? Massive dart.
107.
But he poured it inside, and so Pilgrim, who is 2-0 down, can level peg at 2 apiece. Biggest dart potentially of this group.
Game shot on the fourth
Darryl Pilgrim finds something clutch at the most crucial of moments to level things up. 2-2.
Absolutely spot on. That was the biggest dart of today for sure. The biggest dart so far of this group. 3-1 down in a best of 7. For me, there's only one winner. All of a sudden now, because of that double 16, he now becomes a big favourite. And in the mindset of Dennie Culleton, he's thinking, I've got a potential dart at double 70 for a 3-1 lead. within the space of 40 seconds. He's
80.
180 behind in the crucial fifth leg.
And Pilgrim is beginning to find his best gear, beginning to motor. 102 average, 3 maxes to his name.
60.
But that 60 opens up the door if Olde Kalter can find a max.
$137.
Important phase of this match. Just a slight bit of body movement there. He's feeling
91.
it, but he's so good he can overcome that to leave a finish. But Kalter, this is what you practice. This is why you put the hours and hours of practice. Sometimes you can't replicate the feeling that these two will have right now
170.
in practice. So I would always, how can I get through this? How can I replicate this at home? I don't think you'll consider the 170.
94.
He'll take that. Leaves a 2-darter. Hope rather than expectation for the Dutchman right now.
Because you don't expect Pilgrim to miss these types of combinations.
Daryl, you require 76.
It may just be one dart in the hand. And it's only going to be the solitary dart at double 18. The moments get bigger, but the big moments are made for the big players, and Darryl Pilgrim's most certainly that, and he is a leg away from moving 2 points clear and putting a huge dagger through the heart of Dennie Olde Kalter.
Double 16 with his last dart was huge. Double 18 with one dart in his hand was massive. Dennie hasn't done an awful lot wrong in this game, averaging just shy of 99. But the qualities of this man is so apparent.
30.
Wow, he says. He's still thinking of that double 18, the importance of that. Dennie's got to get on top of this, and he's doing exactly the right things. He's averaging now over 100.
140.
This is looking like it's going all the way. Hope you're excited watching back at home as well, as much as we are in the comms box here. It's been just a brilliant group here, and it's
28.
reaching its climax now, its conclusions. And we're still none the wiser right now, Hitch.
Absolutely not. But that could be a Freudian slip.
85.
For Olde Kalter. K Pilgrim's all the way back.
Yeah, scores of 30 and 28 for Pilgrim is telling me one thing. I've got the dart in the last leg. I'll let you finish this one off and watch
100.
what I do.
Dennie, you require 139.
As I say in tennis, make sure that the opponent has to serve it out. And that's what Olde Kalter's going to do here as we go all the way to a decider, most likely.
47.
Problem with that is it feels like it's 40 love right now. Your opponent's on a 2-darter. Even a 180 doesn't leave a finish here.
96. Dennie, you require 92.
6 darts minimum from 92 to 3-3. He can be aggressive. He's super aggressive. Can he be clinical?
76.
Not badly thrown darts. Just a little look over at the score there. Realises he can go through his pre-dart routine to take this to 3-3.
100.
To send
Dennie, you
us to leg
require
7
16.
in the most crucial game of the week so far. One left.
Game
One
shot
found.
the sixth leg.
And how many
Dennie
times
Olde
in this
Kalter.
game has the last darter double been found? One more leg.
Seventh and
The
final leg. It's
outtake of
Daryl
the
to throw
phantom dart
first.
from
Game
Pilgrim
on.
as he throws first in this oh so pivotal decider.
Just a bit more body movement, a bit more snap
60.
in that throw there. That's because you're tensing up a little bit. Chance for the Dutchman. He looks cool as a cucumber, doesn't he? Super calm.
135.
Well, Dennie Olde Kalter is as cold as ice, and this is a leg he can ill afford to sacrifice.
100.
That's a big last dart for Pilgrim. Just keeps him in it. He's been put up against the rack with the darts.
Kalter's done what he needed to do, and he's finding a treble again.
100.
Absolutely superb again from the Dutchman. 80 ahead. Forcing Pilgrim to find a treble. He needs 2. There's 1. This game
140.
swings and roundabouts, the trials and tribulations, the ups, the downs. It's had it all. The averages aren't the best of this week, but boy, are they good. Superb game.
46.
Is that the first mistake?
Two men made of stone looking for the gold standard, who have kept chipping away and chipping away at each other.
92.
But who can finally crack? And who can finally mine out that nugget of gold win?
What a dart. You'd expect more than a ton.
100.
That was the minimum.
Daryl, you require
Shanghai gives him a
109.
chance. Darryl Pilgrim for the match. He's been awesome this week. But when he needs it most, it goes awry. Chance for the
52.
Dutchman.
Dennie, you require 120.
To win this top of the table encounter, is it going to be last dart Dennie again?
100.
This time it drags low and
Daryl,
Pilgrim
you
gets
require
his chance.
57.
He just couldn't get through them tungsten. Pilgrim, big 17. He misses that. This is the guy with 122 average, remember?
37.
You just can't
Dennie, you
buy
require
that
20.
moment.
Big moments. Both players sat on 20 points. Olde Kalter looking for 20 points in the group. One left. Not
10.
found. And Pilgrim's reprieved.
At this time, you
Daryl,
can't feel
required
your legs and
20.
arms sometimes. Your mind is in overdrive, thinking of topping the group. These are the vulnerabilities. It's double 4.
Game,
What a
shots,
match. It had
and the match,
absolutely
Daryl
everything.
Pilgrim.
But it's the man of the moment, Darryl Pilgrim, that just, and I highlight the word just, gets over the winning line. That's a clearly disappointed Dennie Olde Kalter, but he has been sensational. He still has a lot to play for. Forget the averages there. What a beautiful game of darts that was. The 180s in favour of Pilgrim. Again, the checkout ratios weren't great because you could just sense the tension. But in the top of the table clash, it's Darryl Pilgrim that gets over the line. And next up, it's Niall Culleton against Justin Smith.
Welcome back. We might have just seen the pivotal result of the day and the group here at the Super Series. The matches played so far, ending with that 4-3 win for Darryl Pilgrim against Dennie, Olde, Kalter, meaning that Pilgrim is now clear at the top of the table. 6 left to come. All the players playing 2 matches, so still not over yet, but Pilgrim on 20 points, sitting pretty at the top. Dennie, Olde, Kalter 2 points behind Scott Taylor, 4 points off the pace. Attention now, though, turns to the players at the foot of the league table. Justin Smith on 8 points. Niall Culleton with just 1 win so far in the group. That came in the very first match of it when he beat Justin Smith 4-1, but Smith got his revenge, returning that exact result yesterday.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. I didn't think I'd be saying this week that Niall Culleton's on the back of 12 consecutive defeats, especially after the open proceedings.
First leg, it's not
alluded
to throw
to
first.
there on Monday
Game
morning.
on.
Expertly refereed by Charlie Costafine. You wouldn't have thought Niall's lost so many games on the spin. He hasn't. I'll finish the conversation
30.
before the 2 fights. He hasn't sort of spat his dummy out through. You know, he's done a professional job and he'd be frustrated.
45.
But he's been here many, many times. He knows that it's not over just yet. He knows that he's got another opportunity in Group C and will want to demonstrate his
100.
best. Surprisingly, he's changed his flights and stems again. I thought he threw quite well in the last match, but clearly not for him against Justin Smith, who's just had a
100.
real topsy-turvy week so far. Just on the back of a game with his good friend Scott Taylor, where he was involved in a 7-leg classic.
125.
You'd have to fancy Justin Smith in this game.
You would.
57.
And as far as the odds compilers are concerned, they do as well. 8-11 on Justin Smith. Even money for Niall Culleton to claim the
98.
points in this one.
Remember, if you are having a bet, please gamble responsibly. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
100. No, you
Well, we've seen
require
a flurry of big
148.
finishing. Is Culleton going to continue with the 148? Not this time.
It's just nice to see Niall win this game and play well, just to
82.
give him a real platform, a real boost for his Group C campaign. You're not going to get it easy against this guy, a proven winner.
59.
I know
no, you
for a
require
fact that
66.
Justin's going to be a totally different player tomorrow. I think we'll be seeing him high up as Culleton looks at double 18.
30.
Just once again
Justin, you
hitting the
require
wire. That's exactly
140.
what happens when you're sat at the bottom of the table.
$58. No, you require 36.
So double 18 for Culleton to take a
Game
1-0
shot on the
lead.
first leg. Niall
And the
Culleton.
Irishman is on the board.
Second leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on. $57. $46.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the way he flicks that dart in now because his darts are sitting really flat. I do like my preferred is the way
100.
they stand up like Justin's do, and maybe we can get an over the head camera shot of Niall's darts going, and that's much better. Can you see how the flight is much higher than the point of darts?
100.
That looks really good. But there's been an awful lot of darts where the flight feels the same height as the point, so it's sitting in the board flat.
60.
So what I'm looking for at this point is just watching his fingers here when he's flicking that dart in. That's what we would call the understacker. That's the one I'm talking about. They're very, very
45.
flat. You're thinking, how am I going to get into the treble 20 after such a flat dart? Whereas Justin's a kicking high, so that's a marker for him. You'd expect him to follow that second dart in.
60.
I think that's the difference between the two of them at the moment. I just don't think he's got the flight just quite right.
He needs to get the flick of the flight just
85.
about right. Otherwise, things might get a little bit tight.
You're trying to be a port again.
57.
Well, Smith first to finish on 167, but Culleton against the darts can make it much more makeable, looking to open up a sizable 2-0 advantage.
105.
Both
Justin
players have kind of
required
ran out a bit of steam in this
167.
game. And there'll be no blue touch paper lightning finish here.
59.
Like I said, you
No,
shouldn't
you
have
require
bias in the commentary box.
120.
That'd be great for Niall to get through this game. He's a great guy. I enjoy chatting with him. And like I said, he won't have expected
100.
this, but this is
Justin, you
better.
require 108.
He's dominating this game. Can still do it.
$36.
So 10 to 2
No,
now
you
for Niall
require
Culleton.
20.
He has a fancy
Game
for that
shot on the
double,
second
and that's the
leg.
reason
Niall
why he
Culleton.
breaks the throw at Justin Smith and opens up a 2-0 lead. And a man who hasn't won since beating Justin Smith.
Third leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
First thing on Monday morning is a couple of legs away from finding what will be a first win in 13.
92.
But I do say 13 can be
60.
lucky and unlucky. Well, will Justin Smith be hit by a case of trichodecaphobia, the fear of 13?
100.
You learn something new every day. I wish you were this clever at the quiz.
I couldn't hear any of the questions
100.
over Owen Binks' incessant shouting.
$99.
Beautiful last start there for Niall Culleton. You can see the confidence growing out at the fact he's 2-0 up. But what happens when you're on a losing
59.
streak is that sometimes you forget how to win. You forget what that feeling's like to be winning. So as fact is, even if he goes into a 3-0 lead, I would still have my
27.
concerns, and that's my worry there. Because for the first time when that treble 20 went in for Niall, I was thinking, and he'll be thinking, I can see the finishing line. And like I said, when you're on that streak, it comes doubly difficult.
100.
And Justin Smith must need to sense that if he's going to fight back in this game.
But Culleton sensing opportunity. He's sensing a surge.
132.
He's sensing a 3-0 lead in the palm of his hands.
100.
Perfect
No, you
first
require
dart there for Justin
51.
Smith. I expect him to follow. Well, come on, Niall. 2 darter tops.
11.
They were real flies. And like I said, it's just that point
Justin,
of
you
release at the
require
moment just
82.
doesn't seem quite right for me. He will know. He will feel the dart. He'll feel the release of the dart. And Smith's going to get a dart at tops. This would hurt.
62.
Chance for Culleton for 3-0.
No, you require 40.
And to give himself all the breathing space he needs. Double 10 again. Which is
Game shot
found
on the
again.
third leg.
And he's finding
Niall
the lie on that
Culleton.
particular double. 3-0 he leads. A leg away from what would be a morale-boosting victory. And would be
Fourth leg, it's
further
Justin to throw first.
condemnation
Game on.
for Justin Smith's Group A campaign thus far.
I think Justin Smith would be thinking, my game's there. I know it is. He's not demonstrating his real qualities here. Which is disappointing.
51.
Could have, finished with a real aplomb. And I think for Niall now, if he can just get this win under his belt.
100.
Lovely, beautiful last dart. So the game's there. He knows each dart he's thrown there. It's maybe 1 in 3 is the perfect dart for him. Come Group C, he'll want that 1 in 2. And finals night, you're looking for the perfect dart each time.
100.
Beautiful and consistent Culleton there. He's not panicking now. We can see that winning line.
96.
Now he's thinking 140. Let me really grab this match with both hands. Should go downstairs. He does.
54.
Trebleless.
$123.
Smith first to a finish. Can Culleton leave it kind of handy? Can he leave one altogether?
61. Justin, you
There's
require
your answer. And so to get his
131.
first leg on the board, it's going to be 6 and 131 for Justin Smith.
55.
So to bring it back to 3-1 and to just give himself a little bit of hope, although Culleton would be throwing for the match in the next. Hold on a minute. Hang on a second.
180. Justin, you require 76.
His third of the day. And Justin Smith has a bit of a jaw, but really his focus should be on, but that's class. And I like that from Justin Smith. You don't always see that.
Game shot on the
I want to
fourth
see
leg.
more of that, Justin.
Smith.
Just that little bit of composure. I know you're not the type of player for the word composure. Why that
Fifth
free
eight, Niall
spirit
to
on the
throw first.
dartboard, that
Game on.
maverick we've talked about. But just at the end, I fancied that double eight so much when you just stood back and exited. A
41.
real aplomb there. It's game on for me because Niall, I did say in the previous one, regarding this losing mentality you can have when you're on such a long
45.
run. Why do I know? 'Cause I was on one myself.
$95.
But in this scenario, the hardest leg to win is that winning one because you haven't been in this position for a while.
But for Daryl, it's the easiest one because that winning mentality just feels not only am I going to win, it's how I'm going to win.
100.
And that's the way that we are with confidence and mindset. It's you can play real demons with you.
66.
Just a little bit wild right now. Now he needs to just get back and totally focus again. He's still a massive, massive favourite for this game.
41.
And with them 3 darts there, a massive favourite for this leg. Big 99, he should be thinking.
$58.
Well, there's the first real showing, at least vocally, of the Justin Smith frustration today.
And what I'm thinking is that these two are going to be
119.
playing each other the next 2 days. Lay down a marker. Because at the end of this game, Niall Culleton could have a better head-to-head record.
140.
Interesting that Niall's on this 101. Did he listen to me overnight? Or is he going to stick to the bullseye?
134. Now you require 101.
What's the MO?
He's going to blame me for losing now. I'm sorry, you should have gone for the bull, Niall.
53. Justin, you require
This is
62.
to put another one back and to really, really put the cat amongst the pigeons as he goes for double 16.
There's that composure.
30.
Not to be this time. Chance for Culleton.
Now you require
Big
48.
target at the opener. He decides his tops.
Game,
And
shot,
what a win for
and the
Niall
match.
Culleton. It's been a
Niall
tough
Culleton.
day and a half for him since that first victory on Monday morning. Let him celebrate. And for Justin Smith, he's always magnanimous in defeat. Well done, Niall Culleton. A great victory there. You've got to use that as your platform for your Group C campaign because you'll be playing Justin Smith again tomorrow. And next up, it's an all-Dutch affair. Big connotations there for Dennie Olde Kalter against Arjan Konterman.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yeah, and Dennie Kalter is still trying to book his ticket to Saturday night via the most direct route possible, winning Group A. But if he's going to do that, he is going to have to defeat his Dutch compatriot Arjan Konterman here. If it is defeat for Olde Kalter, then Pilgrim will be confirmed as the group winner. That's because of his monstrous legs difference advantage. However, Konterman still in need of a win to keep it in his hands in terms of qualifying for Group B. Of course, he plays Scott Taylor in the very last match of the session. So to talk you through it, it's Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yep, the big moments just keep arising here in this Group A. And Arjan Konterman is not the type of player that you want to be going up against in this kind of situation, because you know that any moment he can pull something out the fire. And we saw glimpses in that game against Niall Culleton, 92.5 average, 4 out of 11 on the doubles, and getting the better of the Irishman in that particular encounter. In fact, 92, 92, 83 has been the story of his day thus far. Now, there was a point on Monday where you thought maybe this guy could be the winner of Group A. He was throwing darts just like that.
Yeah, there's been nothing to separate them so far in the head-to-head. They're 2-1-1 apiece, so nothing really to separate them. I'm not sure how much they've crossed paths in their careers. I know they represent Holland for the national side. They both won't be going to the World Cup, though, but they did play in their recent Six Nations. But there will be real bragging rights, but you feel it's more 60 for Dennie, just to keep himself with an opportunity of reaching top spot. However, Arjan Konterman will not want to play in Group C.
100.
Back here tomorrow afternoon with that 2 from 6 ratio. Whereas just playing on a night when players are more used to playing a little bit later, and that 3 from 5, you would always fancy your chances if you're playing 38. Well. Arjan Konterman is playing excellent.
He's throwing and flowing with some poise and prestige.
100.
I'm just wondering if the stuffing's been knocked out with Dennie. It was a massive game, wasn't it, with Darryl Pilgrim, and getting an opportunity to win the match as well. He looks a little deflated.
7.
Cool, calm and collected, I've said to him there.
78.
But he's showing them signs of negativity. Double 12 for Arjan Konterman usually means one
72.
thing, but they've been well sliced.
But the fact that he's found himself on double 3 means a big score from Dennie Culleton keeps him at least in tabs.
100.
Big fine with the last dart.
6.
I did like them 3 darts from Kalter there. This is tough.
Game shot on the first line.
Quality dart. A real quality dart. Nice and aggressive. That very easily could have gone into the fat 3 there. He's purely thinking of himself. If he can
second leg, it's Arjan to throw first. Game on.
Get in that top 3 would make a difference. Like I said, Scott Taylor's got that mark at the moment, but a big win here.
85.
A big win here for Konterman. Would seem he's on +2 on the legs difference as it stands right now. And with Taylor on +4,
60.
there's still options here, still all to play for positions 1 and 3.
100.
Scott Taylor has railroaded Group C before.
140.
And he actually won the week that he did. He dominated that group and then
83.
kind of under the radar dominated the Saturday night. Produced his best the big occasion.
131.
Going to go bull here.
63.
And
Dennie
the reason for that is it leads him on the fish,
170.
same as Olde Kalter. He gets first poke. Now can Konterman reel it in?
85. Arjan, you require 170.
This is all that's missing.
130.
Just to let you know, you would have
Dennie
got it.
require 85.
Like I said, will Darryl Pilgrim be watching this game? Because defeat for this man here would mean we would have the
60.
first play in the
Arjan, you
finals night
require
on
40.
Saturday. Tops for Konterman.
Game
2-0.
shot on the second leg.
Very impressive,
Arjan
isn't he?
Konterman.
He's steady, isn't he? More than anything else.
He's not your stereotypical Dutch
Third leg,
player.
it's
He's
Dennie to throw
shorter.
first.
He's
Game
very
on.
in the realms of sort of Ron Moulenkamp, I've been seeing, rather than these huge 6'5" players that you get in Holland. Whereas Dennie might not have the hype, but that
80.
free-flowing determination. I've really enjoyed watching these two this week. What we need now is a great crowd on Saturday night to
95.
witness these fantastic darts.
That mean time for ticketing news? Well, you can join us. Head over to dartshop.tv. That's where you can get your
100.
tickets from via that particular QR code. And tickets are available each and every week here at the MODUS Super Series, including Champions Night, which takes place on
59.
the 5th of November. Remember, the 5th of November, because the Super Series plot will come to a head.
100. 140.
Beautiful darts again. Kalter still has the advantage here. He's got the darts. But if he goes trebleless,
43.
43 there, Konterman becomes a big favourite. He'd be thinking 6 darts, 207. You're thinking 171 at that point. However,
50. 100. Arjan, you require 157. $100.
and I like
Dennie
that last
requires
dart. And what he did with
78.
that last dart, they guaranteed himself a 2-dart finish. Double 12. His opponent was wild on double 6.
66.
And Kalter
Arjan,
just
you
looks his
require
head,
57.
just looks a little deflated, and you feel Konterman should be all over this. Surprised.
Game shot on
Not
the third
surprised at the
leg.
double top, though.
Arjan Konterman.
3-0 to Konterman.
Well, it was wild, and now Olde Kalter's got
Fourth leg,
wild
it's Arjan
thoughts
to throw
because now
first.
Pilgrim
Game on.
is on the cusp of qualification.
$131.
And Konterman is doing everything that he can to secure that peaceful passage for Pilgrim.
140.
Not that Olde Kalter's going to go out with some kind of fight.
96.
Very, very impressive here for Marianne. Just around that 91 average mark.
60.
He's back there again.
100.
You'd be thinking he's got at least 6 darts. Kalter needs one of his magic maximums. Not going to get it. Didn't think it'd be this one-sided.
83.
Now,
134.
Arjan Konterman sets up a double, which won't just give him a 4-0 victory, it'll also place Pilgrim into Saturday night's finale. It'd be the second consecutive time. He's only actually played 2 Group A's in the history of the MODUS Super Series, and he would have won them both if he can
85.
get over the line here.
Arjan,
And so
you require
this
40.
is a dart, not just to win this game, but
Game,
to win
shot,
Darryl Pilgrim
and
the
the
group.
match.
The
Arjan
Pilgrim's
Konterman.
passage to Saturday night is complete as Dennie Olde Kalter falters at the line. A 4-0 win for Arjan Konterman. secures the place of Darryl Pilgrim into Saturday night's affair, doing so with a 92.5 average and 4 out of 8 on the doubling. Olde Kalter only had 3 darts at double ultimately in that match. He missed a lot of them. He was outscored for large swings by Konterman. But coming up after the break for Darryl Pilgrim, well, he can have the serene passage now as he takes on Scott Taylor.
Back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have now got confirmation of the group winner. Darryl Pilgrim, who's on stage behind me now, just preparing for his next game. Thought he might have to win this one to win the group, but the damage was done in the previous match. At the top of the table, Pilgrim now can't be caught because of that enormous leg difference. Arjan Konterman in that previous game, by the way, has put himself back in the battle with Scott Taylor. In fact, he's gone above him in the table, both on 16 points. They're going to play in the last match of the day, so Taylor wants a win, or at least not a heavy defeat here, to make sure that that could be a straight shooter. But Pilgrim, the winner, takes on Taylor in this one, and to guide you through it, it's back to Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. I said the head-to-head between these two players could determine who would top the group, but right now it's been far from the case. The two Dutchies had a lot to say about that. I did think this was going to be a huge game for Darryl Pilgrim, and then actually it's Scott Taylor who is desperate for the win here, because that massive win there by Konterman means he does secure that third place right now. And he just secured a place in Group B because of legs difference. So Scott Taylor, who has got it in the lock. I mean, what a game, Henry, between these two yesterday. It was one that will live in the memory. 118.8 average, and wasn't good enough
throw first.
against the 100 average of Scott Taylor. It was just saty, and if we get anything half as good as that, it would be amazing.
I mean, it wouldn't be half bad, would it? It was a game that will live long in the memory here at the Super Series, and you can catch that game in full over on our Super Series YouTube channel on top of, well, plenty of Pilgrim content on there. Interviews, both of those magnificent games, plus, of course, you can watch back highlights of the entirety of that session. Plenty of bonus content available there. So do drop a subscribe, do drop a sub, and click the notification bell, because we will notify you every single time that we go live. Well, Darryl Pilgrim yesterday in this game was averaging 118. You won't tell you what the average is after a couple of visits here.
Yeah, for me, it's more about Scott. You can see the concerns on both of them there, because usually when they play each other, they pepper that treble 20. But Scott Taylor would have felt he was looking good for third place. But right now, Konterman against Taylor. And guess what the final game of the day is today?
58.
Oh, yes. Konterman versus Taylor, game 15.
And you might be wondering why we're building up the game where someone can finish in second and third place.
134.
But the difference between second and third, isn't it, Henry? It's big. The fact that you're playing on a night and that 3 from 5 qualification compared to 2 from 6 in Group
60.
C is
Scott,
big.
you
And the
require
players will tell you that.
151. 68.
Anyone you're looking forward to seeing in Group C? Now we know pretty much what the Group C is going to be looking like.
Soon as I saw the name Dom Taylor, my eyes were
54.
completely transfixed
Scott, you
towards him
require
because
83.
he's played some tremendous stuff here at the Super Series in 2023 and perhaps is overdue a weekly win.
I do like that first dart, although the
43.
execution wasn't
Daryl, you
great.
require 170.
That would have left him a 2-darter. Well, Pilgrim's done everything this week, hasn't he? Apart from a 170. Apart from the big fish.
Game shot on the first leg.
Just
Darryl
unbelievable.
Pilgrim.
What a week he is having. Let's just put them in chronological order. He had the highest
Second leg,
ever
it's Daryl to
losing
throw
average.
first.
He
Game
had
on.
a 9-darter on that stage. Only the second player to have a 9-darter on that stage. Then he has the biggest average ever seen at the MODUS Super Series, overtaking that average from Jason Askew, his good
190.
friend. And even the cheer there from the players area. Did you hear that, Henry? The big fish as well. What a week. What a player.
129.
What a Group A campaign.
Well, he's completed it. Group A, completed it, mate.
$100. Just a little bit of reflection, even in here in the comms box there. Just
45.
I think even the reaction from him there when I think he realised that was the only thing outstanding. It's just been have you ever seen a campaign like it?
It's as complete can be. I mean, the closest one probably would be Conor Heenahan's Group B
100.
campaign back in September 2022, where you had a 9-darter, you had back-to-back averages 107 and 115. But what Darryl Pilgrim's done is trump that as Taylor parts in his first max, the first max of the match, to leave himself on a finish to try and tie this game up. But we've waxed lyrical. We have given out every superlative in the book to Darryl Pilgrim.
135.
And sometimes
Scott,
we
you
can be
require
found guilty of overhyping
147.
players. Not in this case.
57. Daryl, you require 47.
Double 16.
15.
Because a win here
Scott,
for
you
Pilgrim
require
does
90.
set up the mouth-watering final game between Taylor and Konterman. And Taylor do a lot of the damage now. He's going to have a double 5.
Game shot on the second leg.
Absolutely
Scott
nowhere.
Taylor.
They're the fighting qualities that Scott has in abundance. He understands the situation,
Third leg,
looking
it's
at his
Scott to throw
reaction there.
first. Game on.
But Darryl Pilgrim, I just think he wants to go to bed for a couple of days now. He's had them exertions of playing challenge tour. He's been wonderful here. It's what he does over the next
85.
couple of days, and what an asset he's going to be on Saturday night.
Well, the last time he won a Group A, because he's based in South London, he did go back home for a couple of days, spent a bit of time with
58.
those around him, and then got himself back and recharged, ready for the Saturday night. I don't know whether that's going to be the plans this time. I have been told that he is heading back up the
100.
M25 this evening. So he'll probably be back home tomorrow morning, judging by the traffic there the last couple of days.
$60. $100.
I wonder if that 170 has actually derailed him, because
60.
he hasn't done an awful lot since now, has he? And Scott Taylor's just beginning to turn the screw here.
60.
Just gone a little bit quiet here for Pilgrim. Maybe he's thinking of his bed already. And we know what happens when the first one goes in.
180.
Of course, the rest follow, Henry.
Scott, you require 156.
Well, Scott Taylor has been the king of the big finishing today, but he's not going to add the 156 to his repertoire of finishes.
64. Daryl, you require 143.
Will this be a crash bang wallet finisher Pilgrim as he looks to find the 143? That's not going to go.
Yeah, I quite like that route.
77. Scott, you require 92.
How aggressive. He's used the bullseye a lot. It looks like he's gone straight. Now he's not guaranteed a data, but he's going to get one a double six.
Game shot on the
What
third
a finish,
leg.
Scott Taylor.
Scott Taylor.
What a player. Come Saturday night, I wouldn't doubt him, you know, if he can qualify.
Fourth leg, it's Daryl to throw
I think
first.
he's shown
Game
enough for
on.
me today that it'd be fantastic to see him there and to see these two play each other again. I said yesterday, it'd be no surprise to me to see the final this week being Pilgrim versus Taylor.
140. $59. $57.
Taylor's just gone a little bit quiet here. That trebulous visit there. And that's what I like about him this week. Reset, focus.
100.
Good stuff, Scott Taylor. Good stuff. He's sort of dictating the pace here as well. Has he slowed the game down here, Henry? Or is it... Am I seeing something that's not there? He just seems to be dictating the pace, and that's not to the
96.
delight of Daryl. I think he likes that rat-a-tat-tat.
No, I don't think Scott's that type of player. I think he goes at his own flow, and
36.
I think it's down to the opponent to deal with that the best that he possibly can. Saw it last week with Matt Clark, didn't we? That he'll throw when he's ready, and it's down to the other players to deal with that. And it's now down to Scott Taylor to deal with the barrage from Pilgrim.
139.
Wonderful board management
Daryl,
once
you
again.
require 28.
And how many times have we seen double 14 being utilised this week? Going to need double 7.
Game shot on the fourth
2-2.
leg.
Two
Darryl
great
Pilgrim.
players. And it's Desmond.
To a piece.
Fifth
Who
leg,
is
it's
going to get
Scott to
to
throw
4?
first.
It's crucial
Game
for
on.
Taylor that he does. Pilgrim knows that he's in a safe sanctuary as far as this group is concerned.
56.
I mentioned Matt Clark last week became the first player to make it through to 3 Champions Weeks. Darryl Pilgrim looking to follow in his footsteps. We're beginning to see
96.
as the competitions continue to tick along the preeminent players, the players that are suited to this format, the players who are the most successful in this format. We're going to see the likes of Steve West coming in a couple of weeks' time. We're going to see other players who've been to Champions League a couple of times
85.
before. And maybe it's going to be a little bit of a tag of expectation on their shoulders, knowing that they're now becoming the players that come expected to win weeks.
Yeah, it's a conversation myself and Phil Bars on Monday and Scott Mitchell on Tuesday. That
100.
the players that were doing really well, the horses for courses we called it, and just people seem to know they don't panic when they lose games. But you've got to say, on top of that, what a debut from Dennie Olde
84.
so far. He has to not be disappointed. He's going to come back fighting, and he's been a credit. But yeah, you're absolutely right. People who've been there and done it before seem to be coming to the fore.
95.
Big moments now for Scott Taylor. He's got the dart in this match.
$100.
And what makes this game interesting is these are two players
41.
that can really push through the gears, and Pilgrim's left himself on a bogey. And how many times have we seen in this position Scott Taylor then begin to find that visit that motors him
96.
through a leg?
Because he's a fighter. He knows how to win games and he knows how to tough it out. He's got a great A game. But he's one of them players that has got a good B game to win ugly, to win games like this 4-3.
95. Scott, you require 80.
Don't miss the 20. Is there any advice I would say? The treble's the bonus, but give yourself a dart at tops. He has to move about. Even if he hits this 20 here, this is very, very difficult. In fact, I'd even go the other side of the hockey. He's going to stay there.
Game shot on the
What a
5th
dart.
lay. Scott Taylor.
The dart of the match so far, that was an absolute beauty. And I think even Darryl Pilgrim, nod of appreciation
Sixth
as
leg,
that
it's Daryl
tops
to
went
throw
in.
first.
Big moment there
Game
for
on.
Scott Taylor.
Yeah, I don't think that camera angle really did justice how good an effort that was from Scott Taylor. And having a look at the league table, that's what a victory here for Taylor would do.
134.
Pilgrim on 20 points, Taylor on 18 points, but the leg differentials, the legs one brackets would be insurmountable for the
60.
pair to make up.
Yeah, Dennie is up next against Niall Culleton. Probably a game he really fancies, albeit Niall is on the back of a victory in his last game. And he will want to secure that second place.
30.
Chance for Scott here. Just taking his time. He's 100 behind. So under that scenario, you're thinking not only 100, but you're thinking of a real top 140 score. He's been good on them 19s, hasn't he? The times he scored 96, you can see him just sort of squint his eyes there, because when that hand alignment, when that dart left his hand, he was thinking 1-3-4. And I think he knew the importance of a 2 treble visit there.
96. $96.
So in Pilgrim's hands to send us all the way.
$134.
Triple 19 is getting smashed at the moment from both players, but it is in the arsenal of Darryl Pilgrim. He's very, very good at that
97.
transition from the 20s to
Darryl,
90s.
you
I think it's a
require
really important part
107.
of the game. I think I've criticised someone like Justin Smith for not using that treble 19 as much. 88 left, treble 16 at the tops.
Game shot on the
3-3.
6th lay. Daryl
Is there
Pilgrim.
anything this man can't do? However, these have been in some battles already this week. But I think if you offer
So the
Scott
final
Taylor
leg, it's Scott to
before
throw
they
first.
walk on the stage,
Game on.
3-3, knowing he has the darts, these next 3 darts, for me, are the biggest of this match.
But I think Scott plays to this line hard that if you offer him one leg of 501, him with the darts against any player in the
123.
world, he'll fancy himself.
Yeah, he represented England last year, didn't he, as well, where in the Six Nations, where you're in that one-legger, but here comes Pilgrim.
140.
Nothing to separate. It's not the averages of yesterday, but certainly the excitement's there.
125.
It's a bigger game, you feel, for Scott Taylor. 100 in it.
$96.
He's a treble.
40.
Even the treble would have left a bogey there. He should have switched. Downstairs to Pilgrim. We know how good he is on the 19s, but has to go back up because 101 will be his thought process.
95.
So quick, the mathematic change there. I mean, it's even a bit quick for me. All of a sudden, he becomes favourite.
How do you fancy a little bit of bookending,
58.
Daryl? Because you started
Daryl,
with
you
the fish.
require
Can you finish with a
170.
fish? No, not this time.
Well, you built it up, Henry.
83.
Good setup play.
Scott, you require
Leaves a 2-darter.
155.
This is one of them finishes which are really difficult because the 19s are the main area if you're successful, but he's not there now. He's got the setup play. He's done that. Oh, that was
63.
in and out, and that would have left double 16.
Daryl, you require 87.
So for Pilgrim to pinch it in the 7th and deciding leg, the bull
62.
does not land.
He didn't even
Scott, you
consider the
require
treble 20 there. He
92.
wanted a finish on the bull. Scott Taylor has decisions to make. He did go treble 20 last time and it double 6 for the finish. Will that be on his mind? Will he go the same route? 2 doubles.
74.
Nearly caused Pilgrim trouble.
Daryl, you require 25.
But he is back for the match. He is back for 2 in hand. At double 8 to complete the job.
21.
But it doesn't go. It goes a begging.
Chance for
Scott,
Taylor. He
you
thought he
require
didn't have 18 darts thrown. I don't think he expected to come back, but he's got a decision to make. He's gone direct. It's just so difficult. Is he looking at the top part of that double 9? Because if he looks at the bottom,
no score.
there's just the chance of the ricochet there. Disappointing ending there for
Daryl, you
Taylor.
require 4.
So double 2 for the 2 points to put him on to 22 points. Now the madhouse.
Game,
Round the
shots,
houses, but
and the
Pilgrim's
match.
over the
Daryl
line.
Pilgrim.
He gets the better of Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 3, who now is severely looking at Group C, smack bang in the face. The tail of the tape, both players having opportunities to win the match. It's Pilgrim who piled in a big fish to start, finishes off on the madhouse, the double 1, to seal a 4-3 victory against Scott Taylor. So, one more round of fixtures to go. 3 more games left for our day, and we are going to kick proceedings off with the battle between Dennie Olde Kalter of the Netherlands and the Irishman Niall Culleton.
Welcome back to the action. As you can see, Dennie Olde Kalter limbering up for his final fling in Group A. He takes on Niall Culleton in one of the 3 last matches left to play. The last few have been decisive, really. Darryl Pilgrim had already won the group when Olde Kalter went down 4-0 to his fellow Dutchman, Arjan Konterman, but Pilgrim got a victory over Scott Taylor for good measure, and that means that the very last match on the screen there, Konterman against Scott Taylor, will be a straight fight for the final place available in Group B. That's where Olde Kalter is heading, in 2nd place in the table. He takes on Niall Culleton, fresh from a long-awaited victory, a good 4-1 win for him against Justin Smith a couple of games ago. So which one will it be? Signing off in style, we'll find out in the company of Glenn and Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Yes, this guy's been an absolute credit to himself, Dennie. I get the feeling he's the type of personality to be left disappointed that he hasn't topped the group, but I hope he sees the positives and he's going to be a real force when he comes into Group B. A group I believe he can get through. In fact, my co-commentator still feels that 5 from
First
the
leg,
5
it's
players
Dennie
that
to
you're
throw
seeing in this
first.
group here,
Game on.
we could be seeing on Saturday night. I mean, this is the man who knows every stat. And if he says that, I'm not one to disagree. And I think Henry, like myself, has been so impressed with these players.
100.
Dennie, with his final game, will just want to put a job on.
Now, has Dennie Culleton been spending some time with Justin Smith? Because he's now got Welsh flights on.
45.
Makes me think he's
100.
been practicing with him. I'm trying to think of his other flights. My mind's sort of going back, and has he been practicing? Because people do tinker now with the equipment. It's what
100.
I call a Peter Wright sort of factor, really. And I always think it's like a little bit of sugar. It'll just give you a short time hit. I much prefer
60.
people to stay with how they're throwing there. And like I said, if I threw Scottish flags, wow. So a Dutchman throwing Welshman's flag
83.
on his flight there. Yeah, interesting.
Sounds like one of those jokes when someone walks into a bar.
What we need is an Irishman.
140.
Hello, Niall. Excellent board management again.
97. Dennie required 101.
101 for the red pen leg. The bullseye for double
85.
16. Not found this time, but he is going to come back with Culleton on 176.
That looks much sweeter, that throw, Niall.
100.
Just a bit
Dennie
of
requires
relaxation in the
60.
shoulders. A bit of belief coming back now after that
Game
win.
shot on the first
We're
leg.
up against someone who's
Dennie
quite
Culleton.
inspired at the moment, and Dennie continues to impress.
Second leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on. 100. 100.
As a debutant, nice and steady campaign for Olde. Have you been impressed with what you've seen?
Yeah, you can't help but be impressed with what
60.
you've seen from him. And look, with debutants like Dennie, we don't know. Look, he's had previous experience at the World Championships back at the Indigo 02 in 2020. But when you move on to this stage, there's a
60.
There's a different type of pressure. It's a different type of environment. You're playing plenty of games in a singular day, so you don't quite know how they're going to react maybe up until the first, second day. But he's settled into it quite comfortably.
140.
He's got into the task quite nicely, and he's going to be a real danger in Group B come tomorrow and Friday night. Of that, there's absolutely no doubt whatsoever.
59.
Yeah, it was a win over Nick Kenny, wasn't it, at the O2?
They're paying homage to your walk-on, weren't they?
85.
That particular tournament, a bit of pump it up.
Yeah, I think to pump it up. As far as I'm concerned, my walk-on is always Adrian Lewis's, unfortunately, which is
125. No, you require 116.
Reminds me of the Premier League. Niall Culleton has been reminded of his big finishes. 78 left. And again, he's been
56.
sliding into
Dennie
the four there. But what you do there,
157.
albeit you didn't get the treble, you've left yourself a two-darter. Give yourself opportunities.
99. No, you require
He
60.
has had that lateral drift. He needs the straightest start he's got. Perfect. Doesn't need to move. Great marker. Just the
40.
execution
Dennie
just not there.
required
They're the
58.
types of small things he needs to correct, but he's got to do it in 24 hours. Tops for 2-0.
48.
He's normally mustard on that double 10,
No, you
but not
require
this time.
20.
Chance for Culleton.
It's a sting just been taken out for the Kalter as Culleton comes back for double 10. This time his favourite double doesn't come to his aid, and double
6.
7 isn't going to come to his rescue in either.
Dennie, you require 10.
So Olde Kalter comes back for 2-5 to go 2-0 to the good.
Game shot on the
2-0.
second leg.
My favourite
Dennie
that
Olde
combination there was the first one. Use that first one as a bit of a flyer. Get the feel of that first
leg, it's
dart and
Dennie to
really
throw
get
first.
aggressive with the
Game
second
on.
and third. And that's worrying signs there for Niall. Just, we talked about yesterday how mentally difficult the MODUS Super Series can be with 3
100.
long days, big games against top-class players, but also physically as well, because we're seeing how well he looks at the moment. He's shed some weight, 4 stone. Like I
100.
said, the impact on your shoulders, your arms, Your wrist, your elbows, they're the types of injuries that dart players have.
We have seen players in between
100.
Group A's and B's or C's, wherever they go in their second group of the week, go and see chiropractors. Maybe go and get a massage. Just relax the body.
42.
That's why I kept this six-pack. It was really important that I stayed super fit.
100.
The only six-pack I've seen is of 7-Up.
Better Darryl Culleton. I suppose on your last game of your Group A campaign, you don't want to end it with a big 4-0 defeat, do you?
60.
I think sometimes when you're in Niall's situation, I think you may see it from Justin next up against Daryl, is your mind kind of wanders away from the task and you kind of forget about the game that's in front of you. You think about what's going to happen tomorrow
Dennie
Friday, which can be
141.
both a blessing and a curse at the same time. So Olde Kalter looks for the 141.
Treble 16 for double 18. What a lovely finish.
109.
I guess I was seeing the board
No, you
use so
require
much now, but
120.
another one I might steal. Treble 20 needed. It's tops for Culleton.
Game
What
shot on
a
the third
finish.
leg. Niall Culleton.
What a superb finish under the circumstances he's been up against. He's been second best throughout.
Fourth leg, it's Niall to throw first.
Excellent stuff from the Irishman,
on.
and he has the darts now. Come on, Niall.
Well, these two are going to be in contrasting groups come Thursday and Friday, respectively. So
100.
Dennie will be saying in a while to Niall, and the next time they may face each other, maybe on Saturday night, could well be in the jackpot match.
Yeah, Dennie has to be a real big
60.
favourite as well to qualify from Group B. I think he has all the characteristics, all the attributes that you're looking for in a dart player. He's very cool and
85.
calm. No emotion when Niall hit that. I mean, Dennie had that dart at double 18 there for, you feel, an unassailable lead.
60.
But he just gets back on it. But Niall Culleton is just beginning to show his talent, and I don't need to remind you how good he is. You've seen the best of Niall.
55.
Niall Culleton, who missed out narrowly on Champions Week in Series 2. He lost the final in Week 12 to John Henderson in a deciding leg. Missed a dart at a ton-topping finish to go on and get over the line. In fact, his average over the course of the
100.
week in that Week 12 in Series 2, the producers backstage had to wait long into the night to tally up every other average because he was in the mix to get a reserve spot because of
100.
players who went on to gain a PDC tour card over that Christmas straggle period. And so the game might have been over, but his campaign wasn't over, and he just missed out by the finest of margins to get
58.
there. Actually, in
No,
that
you require
competition, if Jared Cole
161.
beaten Niall Culleton, he would have qualified for Champions League if he lost to Henderson in the final.
27.
Yeah, he's looking at the fingers there, and that's what I've been looking at all day. That point of release, yeah. I totally understand where he's coming from there. And all he's telling you is when he's releasing that dart, his fingers aren't working in conjunction with the dart.
97. No, you require 134.
I think one of the most important words in darts is getting the feel right.
96.
Just doesn't
Dennie
feel
required
100% for him.
126.
As Dennie looks at the 19's bed, another one of them. But he's still got a dart at bullseye.
84.
And so
No, you require 38.
double 19 to level proceedings.
Game shot on the
2-2,
fourth leg.
Desmond.
Niall Culleton.
Between Dennie and Niall.
Fifth leg, it's Dennie to throw first. Game on.
Olde Kalter with the darts in the fifth. This all-important fifth leg.
140.
Kicks off with two treble visit, forcing it upon Culleton.
81. $60.
Crowd disturbance.
140.
He continues to hold that arm, doesn't he? Probably want to get up and rest it, but the problem is he's back here tomorrow afternoon. He hasn't got time to really get that sort of when rest.
40.
Probably what he needs. It's gone very quiet here this game.
Can it just be as simple as just relaxing the body, maybe having a hot
140.
soak in a bath or something like that, maybe do the trick?
I'm just checking it is his arm and not that sticker that he's putting onto his... He's got like a sticker on his arm there, whether he's just patting that
91.
down each time.
Now you require 140.
Again, 78 left. Don't miss the 18, Niall. Treble is the bonus. That was always in my mind at that point.
80.
Left yourself a 2-darter.
Dennie require 170.
Dennie joined the 170 party.
He's not going to join the fish club.
94.
Cully
Now you require 60.
cull off this leg. Tops a 3-2. He's tried the flatty. Down for 10s. In the 10s.
Shot on the 5th
And
leg.
that's been a real
Niall
friend.
Culleton.
It's 3-2. It's the break. And Culleton now throwing for the match.
6th leg. It's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, last time I was here, there was a player called Michael Huntley who was really struggling in Group A, but he finished off with 2 wins on the Wednesday afternoon.
95.
For a big part of his Group C campaign was back at the top. I'm thinking exactly that for Niall. Is a win here. The fact he can win his last 2 games, finish on 6 points,
60.
and then come back tomorrow, as you mentioned very early on today, when everybody is on 0 points.
Effectively, the mindset of
96.
a player has to be this. If you don't win Group A isn't irrelevant because the 3 players that are coming in new are all on the same number of points as you.
100.
They've got no scar tissue. So you have to treat that Group B and Group C as a completely different competition, a completely different entity.
100.
And I think it's those that can treat that imposter the same are the ones that will be the most successful.
$59.
Oh, just gone a little awry for Dennie. And for Niall, he's now a big favourite. Can he just sit on top of that? Yes, he can. Much better from Culleton. Cully is in a hurry.
And this would be for 4 straight legs. But this is a riposte. Almost the perfect riposte. This is for the match.
Now you require 70.
We're looking at treble 10. He's got 2-darter tops. Now
Game,
Culleton
shot,
wins the game
and the
4-2.
match.
He was
Niall
struggling at one
Culleton.
point in that game at 2-0 down, but he showed all the fighting qualities that he needs when he comes back tomorrow afternoon. It's a great way to end for the Irishman. 87.48. That beautiful 120 finish when it was looking like he was down and out. And for Dennie Olde, he's got to look at his Group A campaign with real positivity. He'll come back in Group B. He'll have plenty to say to get there on Saturday night. The penultimate game of the day. It's Darryl Pilgrim, the man of the moment, against Justin Smith.
Welcome back. Just a couple of games left to play in Group A this week. One of them's got an awful lot on it. Scott Taylor and Arjan Konterman will fight it out in the last match to see which one of them joins Dennie Kalter in Group B. They'll actually finish in second place after that defeat for Olde Kalter in the previous match. But this one is a bit of a victory parade for Darryl Pilgrim. He takes on Justin Smith. Now, Pilgrim has no real worlds left to conquer in terms of Group A this week after everything he's done. A 9-darter, a 170 finish, record averages, but he hasn't been through the card yet. Will he do it today? Let's find out.
First leg,
Thank you very much, Chris.
Game on.
So is it going to be Perfect Pilgrim's day at the peak of the pile?
115.
Amazing. It's the only thing he hasn't done this week is complete the card. He's done everything else. Literally everything else.
140.
Record average, 9 darts. Well, record average twice, 9 darters, big fishes. You name it, he's done it.
But it's the mark of the man if he can come back and produce a performance here, because, like I said, he's already thinking of his way home, spend a couple of days. Like I said, he's been to Challenge 2, a very successful Challenge 2 as well. But I just think a couple of days away. I don't know how much practice I would do in that situation. I think, like a professional football, I think I would just be
177
shots at the dart, but I wouldn't be overdoing it now. And for Justin Smith, very similar to Niall Culleton.
100.
Tomorrow
Darryl
afternoon.
requires 72.
And I'll stand by what I've said since Monday, that we'll see the best of Justin tomorrow. Be a super quick game, this one. They both get on with it. They're both very good. Tops for Daryl after 12.
140.
And has the pressure piled upon him. So, for 1-0 lead. Double 10 is pinned by Pilgrim to take the opener and to lead by a leg to 0. 14 darts for that first leg.
Second leg, it's Justin to throw first.
For the Flying Eagle.
Yeah, I'm just sort of looking at the table there and what players take onto the stage with them. I think it was Mensah and Yellow where they would have a coin and they would just touch it and flick it to a certain place there where they'd want to be. I've seen some strange things by some of the players, but what's not strange this week is Darryl Pilgrim, because that is his 30th 3-0 180 this
81.
Week.
Not going to make it 31, and if he did, we may have been having plenty of fun.
57.
We had that yesterday, but you weren't here, Aggie.
140.
Need Scott Mitchell back.
Yeah, that was an incredible stat. I didn't realise he was here for the 117 finish with Luke Littler as well. This is a great game.
140.
You could argue that neither of these players have got anything to play for, but they're producing some fantastic stuff again.
100. Daryl, you require 124.
There's the pre-routine. Just the one treble needed on the 1-2-4. There it is for bullseye.
99. Justin, you require 120.
It was a 120 finish that started it for Niall Culleton in the previous game. Can it do the same to Justin Smith?
Went bull. He went tops originally, then decided that having hit the single, going bullseye. And so Pilgrim is back for a 2-0 lead. And this could be back-to-back 14s if he gets his first dart. Absolutely magnificent. The average 107.36, 28 darts for the first 2 legs. This is
Daryl to throw first.
Pilgrim.
Game on. $100.
Just the way the darts are going in the board as well. The timing of the throw is perfect, whereas that one of Justin just sort of reaches the board.
80.
That's when you get everything in tandem. All the mechanics of that arm working beautifully well. And that's why he does that ghost throw, because his throw is all about that follow through. The feel of that dart is letting go.
89.
And that's why I believe he's practicing just behind where that phantom throw.
59. $56. $60.
When you see the pace of these games, I think it takes me back to some of the games which have taken, was it 25, 26 minutes? I'm trying to think of the record-breaking one we had for the longest game once. Was it Richard
45.
Stride?
Took him 4 minutes to complete a leg.
Wow.
The record actually outright is 28.5 minutes. It's Dave
109.
Prince and Matt Clark a 4-3 back in January 2023.
Yeah, we've been treated to something really beautiful this week. I say the pace has suited all six as well, but like I say, there's two facets to the game. Matt Clark
57.
demonstrated last week that, you know, just slow and steady can win the race. And now we've got a couple of players that are coming into it now. We've got Dave Prince and coming in.
140.
Tony Wood.
Darryl, you require
You know, them guys where they're not
154.
sprinting around the hockey, so we'll be seeing the different parts of other people's games as Justin Smith's put himself in a good position here for 2-1.
59. Justin, you require 53.
To bring him back into the game for double 18. That nasty double 9. Just moves across the hockey. There's sometimes the reason
35.
being there, sometimes you can get there and you think, wow, that's a long
Darryl,
way
you require
away.
95.
For 3-0. Attacks it for the double. Moves inside, and so
79.
Justin Smith, who's already gesticulated
Justin, you
about the
require
fact that
18.
he has an absolute disdain for double 9, is going to split for double 8.
Game shot
brings
the
it
third
back to
leg.
2-1.
Justin Smith.
Only just. He had to double check there with the referee. And it didn't slide into the 15.
It feels like Justin Smith's playing
Fourth
two
leg,
players
it's
at the
Justin
minute.
to throw
Darryl
first.
Pilgrim
Game
and his
on.
own mind. He just looks at such unease up on stage.
81.
You can understand with the situation they're in now, but you know, going into that leg of darts there, the averages were well over 100.
140.
Just feels like a practice session for him. I think that's how he'll be feeling right now, Dal. There won't be any nerves in his body. No butterflies, no
100.
tension. It'll be just like he's throwing darts in a practice. And, you know, what you don't get there is the real tension of the game as well. So, just very professional. He's very adaptable, very
58.
versatile. And he's demonstrated all those qualities this week.
Well, it's effectively the equivalent of Man City winning the league and then playing Wolves
85.
away on the last day of the season, knowing everything's wrapped up.
Well, I thought Wolves were excellent this week, by the way.
$99.
But Justin Smith is just slowly creeping his way back into the match. And just as it looked like Pilgrim, after obtaining 2 14 dart legs to start, was beginning to get a bit of a hurry on.
That was a good angle.
43.
You couldn't see the actual guy who was throwing the dart there. You could see the ghost throw, the phantom throw of Darryl Pilgrim. I'm easily pleased.
135.
Well, that leaves Pilgrim on a finish. Smith can only set up, and possibly that 43 in the previous row, I would say, could possibly come back to haunt Justin Smith. But that 140 makes him an interesting spectator in the leg once again.
Options on 69. 18 for that one dart at tops. He's been
Game shot
deadly.
on the fourth
He's
leg.
been deadly when he's
Darryl
got one
Pilgrim.
dart in his hand. So prolific.
Fifth leg, it's Daryl to throw
You
first.
just feel it's going to go. And when he's got that one dart or a double, you just know he leaves that dart, and another superb performance.
121.
Darryl Pilgrim has this clinicism this week, which is putting him up to the very best of the game.
93.
But you don't win the week on a Wednesday. And that's the thing that And you spoke about off-air a little bit where the next phase now is that he produces this with a crowd on Saturday night. When it's a more of a, albeit a round-robin start, it feels more of a knockout. And there was signs in that game that he had with Dennie. And Dennie Olde Kalter had
100
to sort of win that game, which we sort of labelled as the one that's going to go through there. So still some questions, but I think the fact on the back of what's happened this week, the back of the challenge to a win, he's got to be a force on Saturday night, doesn't he?
Well, any week he's in, you've got to count him as a considerable force of nature to go on and win it. And he will have his South Croydon Massive alongside him as well. He does bring a few down, does Daryl.
58.
And now looks set to close out victory here, averaging just a shade under 95, 3 out of 7 on the doubling. And Justin Smith's Group A campaign could be over very shortly, maybe put out of his misery a little bit here.
Wouldn't it great to have Jason Askew here as well? After taking that record that stood for so long.
140.
For the match.
71.
We're looking at treble 13. The 2 darts are double 16. It's
Game,
picture
shots,
perfect. Pilgrim here in Portsmouth.
Darryl Pilgrim.
He has been absolutely fantastic. Just a wonderful campaigner for Justin Smith. I think the best is yet to come. Just effortlessly. So effective. 95.73. It looked like his B game. And that's what he can do. That's the kind of week that he's had. He's had absolutely everything. And for Justin Smith, we'll see him back tomorrow. But it's Darryl Pilgrim we'll see Saturday night as we go to the final game. A big game. Arjan Konterman against Scott Taylor. Who's going to get the third place?
Right, the final match is about to get underway, and it's a big one as well, a battle to see which one of Arjan Konterman or Scott Taylor will make it into Group B. They'll actually finish second in the table behind Darryl Pilgrim, who has gone through the card today and completed his group win in the style that it merits. And he is talking to our very own Henry Deacon.
Daryl, does it get better than the last couple of days for you, darts-wise?
Maybe not. I mean, to win 5 out of 5 after the last few days. Yeah, so not much better, but...
What has the last 24 hours been like since you left the venue? How did the phone go off the hook?
Yeah, my phone's been going absolutely mental for the last 24 hours. It's ridiculous.
Does that bring extra pressure going into today then? Obviously, what happened yesterday, all the text messages, do you feel like there's then an expectation to try and perform to levels akin to that?
Yeah, a little bit. Sometimes you think you're never going to match doing that, and then you almost try harder to match it, and then it cannot go as well.
couple of days off now after winning group. Actually, on the back of that, does a couple of days off actually help you because you can now go into Saturday refreshed and recharged?
Yeah, especially after 3 days of Challenge Tour, it's definitely better having a couple of days off, I think.
Winning that Challenge Tour at the weekend, and obviously you won here a couple of times before. Your confidence must be as high as it's ever been at the minute.
Yeah, it is definitely sky high. But if I throw me darts, then I feel really good.
Well, the Eagle has certainly landed in Portsmouth. Daryl, many congratulations so far.
Cheers, thank you.
Another fantastic interview there from the man of the moment, Darryl Pilgrim. What a great feeling it must be to have the kind of week that he's had, but it's only 50% the job's been done. We'll be back Saturday night, and he's still got questions to answers about his skills on a Saturday night, but what a joy it's been personally to watch him, to go through pretty much everything. It's been absolutely superb, but what a final way to end this week. 2 players who want to play in Group B. Scott Taylor will not want to come back tomorrow afternoon. And
First leg, it's Arjan to throw first.
Has been brilliant in his
Game
own
on.
right. This has all the ingredients to be a fantastic game.
$100.
It will feel like a knockout match. The way these two will see this game. Of course, we'll know what the implications are of a win, stroke loss in this game. It would make Scott Taylor a slight favourite, you feel. Just because of his pedigree, just because of his nous, his skills of being here, where he's played in the game. But Konterman has been, at times, brilliant this week.
100.
And so all placed on the line then
59.
in this crucial game to see who goes where on Thursday and Friday respectively.
96.
Yeah, it's a strange head-to-head between them. A 4-0 victory for Scott Taylor and a 4-1 victory for Konterman. So that doesn't give me any indication
59.
who you would make as favourite for this match. It really is just very much now on the day. Scott Taylor's come better out the traps.
96.
He has that fighting quality, but Konterman can turn the style on a flick of a switch. Well, he needs that switch very, very quickly.
97. Scott, you require 124.
So 124 for an early breaker throw for Scott Taylor. He's come up with some big ton toppers at crucial times today. Is he going to find the ball for yet another?
93. Arjan, you require 126.
19's bed. Gonna get a dart at the bull.
101.
Will it be any better?
Scott, you
Only
require
just.
31.
Just like double 12. So it's 7 for that double 12.
Game shot on the
That's the reason
first
he went
leg.
that way.
Scott Taylor.
17 dart break for Scott Taylor. He leads 1-0. Scott Taylor really doesn't like that double 16 and double 8 region of the
Second leg,
board.
it's Scott
So
to throw
we'll look
first.
to leave the
Game
likes
on.
of 12s, leave the likes of 18s.
Yeah, it's not often you get a dart play. Maybe James Wade, Gerwin Price, who hit the double 16, but it's probably the most common one, and you can see that Scott has tried to avoid it as much as
140.
possible this week. That's the perfect dart for Konterman. Surprising second.
125.
Maybe just trying too much here, Arjan.
99.
So your thoughts of Group A then? What a
83.
campaign it's been. I mean, where do you start is probably your answer.
Where do you start? Where do you end? And what do you put in the middle? But all we know is Darryl Pilgrim,
92.
perhaps deservedly on the passage to play, is the Group A champion. 24 points. An impressive display when you consider the opposition that was put
58.
in front of him, and you
Scott,
consider
you
the bottom
require
two being Justin Smith
170.
and Niall Culleton. That talks about the competitiveness of this group altogether.
96.
Yeah, victory for Scott Taylor here would get him to finish in second place, but a loss would mean fourth place.
100. Scott, you require 74.
A 2-0 lead in next to no time at all. It's tops for Taylor.
34.
Usually when he has that
Arjan, you
snarl.
require 135.
So he'd be looking at bullseye, Arjan. 85 left. For tops, what a finish this would be. Just brought
95.
a bit of everything into the body there,
Scott, you
didn't he?
require 40.
2-0 and to put him halfway there.
Game shot on the
2-0
second
Taylor.
leg.
He
Scott
finds the
Taylor.
top. 16 darter. This has been a real solid performance thus far. To put himself
Third leg,
halfway
it's
towards the
Arjan to throw
victory post.
first. Game on.
And Konterman, who's already been broken in this game, has got work to do. He throws in the third. And kicks off
58.
dry. Opportunity for Taylor again against the darts.
Again, so to harp on that, you feel 5 will qualify into Saturday night from this group. Scott Mitchell, when asked that question, said fatigue has got to
60.
kick in for a lot of these players in here because they've come on the back of the Challenge Tour. That's why he felt that the impending players coming in fresh
140.
will have more of a say than what you feel.
However, you could play devil's advocate to that point and say that, well, these players are match sharp. They've had 3 days in the body.
97.
I think it's such an interesting dynamic. And I don't actually think we've probably found what is
80.
the right ingredient in terms of what makes a player tick to the core in this format.
Yeah, good shout.
81.
I've got an idea. Luke Littler? Whatever
He's done
characteristics
okay.
they have, yeah.
59.
Twice reigning champ. Going to be at the World Youth Championship on Sunday in Milton Keynes.
140.
Yeah, we were just reading some of the names, weren't we? That's going to be super exciting.
Arjan, you require 164.
It's just going to be a roof raiser for Konterman. The 164 isn't going to go, and so will leg 3 be as easy as 1, 2, 3 for
96.
Taylor.
Scott, you require 123.
Start with 19s. Can't finish.
83.
What can leave
Arjan,
it
you
handy?
require 68.
2 4s for 2, 1.
Game
The
shot on the
Desmond
third
double
leg.
brings
Arjan
it back to
Konterman.
within 1. But here's going to be Taylor, who has the darts in the 4th, having already accrued the break. That was
Fourth
only
leg
a
is
hole
Scott
for
to throw
Konterman.
first. Game on.
Yeah, that one will hurt Scott Taylor because, you know, watch them first 2 darts. And double 2 is never an easy double, especially under them circumstances.
59.
And that 59 there could be the outcome of that double 2. And you just feel that Ariana sprinted to the hockey there. And that double 2 could have been the real
140.
moment for him. We talk about the catalyst. We talk about that real spark, that real moment. Could it be something as simple as a double 2?
92.
That really gets him going in this match because he's stolen the darts already here.
$40.
And that single 18 with the last dart there from Taylor meant that he
55.
was on 350, which is the biggest conversion of 6 darts in the game, because a max there would have left him on the fish. One of the rarest sights in world darts.
46.
It's like the Halley's Comet conversion. I see Glenn Darwin Googling what Halley's Comet is right now.
100.
There's only one egghead in here. Just a reminder of that. After our performance at the quiz this week.
43.
Is that what you can call it? A quiz? Boom, boom, boom. Anyway, Scott Taylor 195. May start in the 19s. And the reason being there, just one treble there.
95.
Would have saved him going around. We got the 95 in the end. Bullseye.
55. Scott,
6
you require
starts from
100.
for Scott Taylor. Big favourite now to go 3-1 up. No need to be too aggressive here. Perfect dart.
60.
Based it to the lower edge of the double with the treble blocked by the first dart. And so Taylor back, guess what again? For tops, for 3-1.
97. Scott, you require 40.
tops to really put him on
Game
top.
shot on the fourth
3-1
leg.
Scott Taylor,
Scott
leg
Taylor.
away now from his place in Group B, and it would be a second place finish
Fifth
as
leg,
well.
it's Arjan to throw first. Game on.
So we know Pilgrim is the group victor. We know Olde Kalter's going to be in Group B, and Smith
60.
and Culleton are going to take their spot in Group C. It's the final knockings and the final space that is going to be unravelled. Could be in the next few darts. It could be in the next few minutes.
58.
Just a reminder that if you have missed any of the action today, you can tune in to the
125.
highlights tailor-made on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And then plenty of other
99.
content on there. And if you like to see what Darryl Pilgrim can do, then head over to the YouTube channel, because you can watch, well, both the
44.
118 average and the 122 average and the 9 data and the interview in full. There is a full plethora of Pilgrim content available for you there, as well as highlights of every session in full, and you can watch back every single session here at the Super Series at your leisure. Do drop a sub. We'll also have other exclusive interviews dropping on there as well over the coming days and weeks. Plenty of darting content to keep you satisfied here on the Super Series YouTube channel. Well, this game may not be over yet. Arjan Konterman, 1-4-2.
76.
To bring it back to 3-2.
Arjan required 142. $82. $130. Arjan, you require 60.
Tots of Konterman to bring it back to 3-2. And so Taylor now has the darts to complete the job and to seal his place in Group B.
Game on. $95. $100.
I'll tell you, just got to be careful here. Konterman just bringing on a little bit of a spurt.
59.
And he's just beginning to decline a little bit as Konterman continues to make a charge. And are we seeing this pair pass like ships in the night, not just in this game, but perhaps in their weekly destinies?
60.
What a passage of play this is.
105.
Taylor is being asked all sorts of questions now. His throw is under severe threat of being broken. He needs something sizable. He needs a couple of trebles. It's not going to happen. And so
55.
Konterman's got 6 here for 3-3. He was 3-1 down in the piece. And he's going to get himself a dart at Tots to level
96.
up. And 3 more at 10s upon his return.
$40. Arjan, you require 20.
For 3-3 and a 13 dart leg. Now decisions.
16.
Decided to go down for double 2. Taylor wasn't on a finish. He could have decided to burst the score and go back to double 10 again, but he's going down to 2s and hoping that they don't lose.
Arjan, you require 4.
Madhouse.
Game shot
Found 3-3.
Arjan Konterman.
And so 1 leg of darts will determine the rest of the week for these 2 gents.
7th and final leg. It's Arjan to throw first.
Whoever can clean up 501 points the quickest will be in Group B. It does not get any simpler than that.
100. $140.
Big time for a big visit.
39.
And now is it Konterman's turn to come up dry when it matters most? This is an excellent leg.
134.
Superb leg. Ton 40 followed by a ton 3-4. Konterman's got it all to do.
100.
6 on 2-2-7 to get the game wrapped up. Remember, Taylor did have a 3-1 lead, which then evaporated.
100.
Scott Taylor here. 1-2-7 for the game.
92.
And for a place in Group B,
127.
Konterman left on the fish. It's going to be a dart at the ball to get it done in style.
102. Arjan, you require
And now he has to wait in the
170.
background and hope Konterman doesn't take out the fish, which he won't. And so,
52.
for a place in Group
Scott, you
B on
require
Thursday and
25.
Friday, Taylor wants 25. He goes double 12. His usual MO. Doesn't come up trumps.
Arjan, you require
And he has got to hope that
180.
Konterman doesn't have his number. It's going to be a dart. No, it's not going to be a dart.
78.
He's missed the big number.
Scott, you
And so he's
require
presented
24.
Taylor with 3 more.
Game,
And it's going to be Scott Taylor who secures his passage into Group B. He made heavy weather of it in the end. He led 3-1 against Arjan Konterman before the Dutchman pulled it back to 3 apiece. Well, Konterman should have had a dart at tops to wrap it up on the back of a 118 combination. He missed the big number. Taylor then did the business to secure his spot into Group B on Thursday and Friday night respectively. We'll see Konterman in the afternoon affair over the next couple of days. Konterman 3, Taylor 4.
Very much, Henry. Well, Glenn Durrant standing next to me. I had a little jibe at you earlier on about picking 2 names, but they finished first and second. So well done you and well done them.
Yeah, it was looking right at the end, Dave. That missed big dart, the big 18 there for Arjan. Could have made it so different there because Scott could have finished second or fourth, so went right down to the wire.
Let's just reflect on the results from today's action. So, well, already, so far, we're not getting any more to come. But we have seen a perfect day for Darryl Pilgrim, and that kind of just completes a perfect Group A campaign for him, doesn't it?
I thought this morning when you asked me the question, nothing can compete with yesterday, apart from 5 out of 5 and a 170 finish. The guy's a machine, but it's only job half done just yet. But what a week he's had.
Yep. Finished off with that victory over Justin Smith, having beaten Scott Taylor in the game before it, 4-3 as well, the closest he came to getting beaten today. Let's talk a little bit more about Pilgrim, because it wasn't all sort of sorted. It wasn't easy for him, was it? He went into the middle of the day having to beat Dennie Olde Kalter when Dennie could have got a march on him.
And absolutely, and Dennie had a chance in that game as well. Like I said, we've talked so much about Darryl Pilgrim this week, but there was actually darts for Dennie to win that. He didn't recover from that, by the way. He was really deflated and, you know, at the end just sort of petered out to 3rd place, but that would have made it super interesting for the neutral. I was going for a Dennie win in that game, but this guy's oozes class.
Yeah, step forward. Even though he missed 5 with his first start, didn't hesitate in putting it right with his second, and he knew that he got away with one there, but he did complete the card. And then Scott Taylor, again, just plodded on, and then right at the end managed to get the job done.
I was thinking he gets on really well with Justin Smith. I was thinking to myself, would he enjoy a Group C campaign better because of that banter in there? But he did. He's got real quality. This 1-4-4. And yeah, I mean, it was only me ears with a problem with Henry at the end there, but he was absolutely fantastic. And then followed by the 115. Just the way they're going for it there, he's got that in the locker. Yeah, and I still think he's got a big part to play.
You said he gets on well with Justin Smith. He might not get on so well after all those finishes against him.
They were laughing and joking around, and sometimes you think, what makes you tick, what makes you play really well? Well, I've talked about him wanted to show that little bit of fire in his belly, but in that game he was all like hand five, high fives, etc., and he was good. I still think he's a quality player. He was my pick of the week, and I ain't going to change my mind.
Right, confirmation then of the table, the final Group A table with Darryl Pilgrim, of course, at the peak of the pile in the end, winning it by a margin, 6 points clear of 2nd and 3rd place. So Taylor and Olde Kalter go into Group B. Arjan Konterman in Group C, having played a little sort of fight out for that? Do you think that he will be the one who needs to regroup the most before that campaign?
I also think he's going to be the happiest of the three going in there. I was really delighted to see Niall Culleton get a couple of wins under his belt. I do think the best of Justin Smith is to come, but Arjan must be a big favourite now.
And what about the players coming in? Dave Prince, Rob Collins, Matt Dennett, Tony Wood, Charlie Large, Dom Taylor. Who are you expecting to impress you there?
In the Group B is going to be really, really tough. I'm expecting something from Matty Dennett. He's one of them players that we've talked about this week where people know to come here and win games. I'd expect big things from him, but I do expect Dennie and Scott to get through that group.
Right, Darryl Pilgrim has lived up to the billing in this group, winning it as the bookies' favourite. Do you expect him to be the man to beat come Saturday night as well?
He's the man to beat, but Scott Taylor all the way for me.
Right, let's find out. Glenn has made his choice. You can see Scott Taylor in action in Group B at 10 p.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV tomorrow night. From 1 p.m, Group C gets underway on the YouTube channel, the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and then from 3 you'll join us on Sporty Stuff TV as well. But as far as Group A has gone, well, it's been a really special Group A, maybe the best we've ever seen from one player in particular, as Darryl Pilgrim has progressed to the Promised Land.